Tucson and Phoenix. Banner says for Barnett and another unidentified suspect. Please take a good look. Barnett was last seen wearing a red shirt and black leather vest, riding a maroon car.
Is upside down. Some of the people who taught him were here well before the vigil began.
Where officers also recovered additional evidence. Now he's booked on several charges, including first-degree murder. His bond set at $1 million.
Tornadoes, obviously. Those are rotating thunderstorms that dropped that funnel cloud on west.
That spread easily during dust storms, especially here in Tucson and Phoenix. Banner says for Barnett and another unidentified suspect. Please take a good look. Barnett was last seen wearing a red shirt and black leather vest, riding a maroon car.
Is upside down. Some of the people who taught him were here well before the vigil began.
Where officers also recovered additional evidence. Now he's booked on several charges, including first-degree murder. His bond set at $1 million.
Tornadoes, obviously. Those are rotating thunderstorms that dropped that funnel cloud on west.
That spread easily during dust storms, especially here in Tucson and Phoenix. Banner says for Barnett and another unidentified suspect. Please take a good look. Barnett was last seen wearing a red shirt and black leather vest, riding a maroon car.
Is upside down. Some of the people who taught him were here well before the vigil began.
Where officers also recovered additional evidence. Now he's booked on several charges, including first-degree murder. His bond set at $1 million.
Tornadoes, obviously. Those are rotating thunderstorms that dropped that funnel cloud on west.
That spread easily during dust storms, especially here in Tucson and Phoenix. Banner says for Barnett and another unidentified suspect. Please take a good look. Barnett was last seen wearing a red shirt and black leather vest, riding a maroon car.
Is upside down. Some of the people who taught him were here well before the vigil began.
Where officers also recovered additional evidence. Now he's booked on several charges, including first-degree murder. His bond set at $1 million.
Tornadoes, obviously. Those are rotating thunderstorms that dropped that funnel cloud on west.
That spread easily during dust storms, especially here in Tucson and Phoenix. Banner says for Barnett and another unidentified suspect. Please take a good look. Barnett was last seen wearing a red shirt and black leather vest, riding a maroon car.
Is upside down. Some of the people who taught him were here well before the vigil began.
Where officers also recovered additional evidence. Now he's booked on several charges, including first-degree murder. His bond set at $1 million.
Tornadoes, obviously. Those are rotating thunderstorms that dropped that funnel cloud on west.
That spread easily during dust storms, especially here in Tucson and Phoenix. Banner says for Barnett and another unidentified suspect. Please take a good look. Barnett was last seen wearing a red shirt and black leather vest, riding a maroon car.
Is upside down. Some of the people who taught him were here well before the vigil began.
Where officers also recovered additional evidence. Now he's booked on several charges, including first-degree murder. His bond set at $1 million.
Tornadoes, obviously. Those are rotating thunderstorms that dropped that funnel cloud on west.
That spread easily during dust storms, especially here in Tucson and Phoenix. Banner says for Barnett and another unidentified suspect. Please take a good look. Barnett was last seen wearing a red shirt and black leather vest, riding a maroon car.
Is upside down. Some of the people who taught him were here well before the vigil began.
Where officers also recovered additional evidence. Now he's booked on several charges, including first-degree murder. His bond set.
Tornadoes, obviously. Those are rotating thunderstorms that dropped that funnel cloud on west.
That spread easily during dust storms, especially.
We won't bow down. Yeah. They shut the gate too fast. Call it peace, call it class. But I see who they wave through, and I see who they ask to move. Porch lights on the same old block, same old story, same old talk. If your skin says you don't belong, they can make a wrong look strong. but the fences don't define us, and the fear they feed will blind us. Every face they try to hide still stands right here tonight. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. We know what that is about. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down. Keep us out, keep us out. Keep us out. Your fear won't right the route. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down. Names get tossed like stones from a driveway built on loans. They pointed brown hands first, then pretend they don't rehearse. But the steps on every street carry more than whitewashed dreams. We belong where we stand, no permission in our hands. Yeah, and the silence won't protect you when the pattern keeps on showing. Every wall they build in pride makes the truth come back alive. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. We know what that is about. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. Your fear won't right the route. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down. Let it crack, let it show. Every lie they try to grow, one by one the voices rise till the whole thing can't disguise. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. We know what that is about. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. Your fear won't right the route. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down.
What it do, guys? It's your boy, the Juice. And as you all know, my name is Troy-Bradshaw, but I go by the Juice. Big welcomes. Those of you guys tuning in, I appreciate those of you guys chiming in so far. Hope everybody's having a nice Saturday evening going into a Sunday morning. Wow. There's been some really interesting developments amongst the TPD recruit officer who was recently killed on August 19th. Breaking news, guys. Breaking news. There has been a potential suspect. We don't know for sure that this is a suspect for sure. But he was the person that dropped off the vehicle, as we saw, that was involved. That was present during the time of the actual murder of Carlos Ramirez. So we are still yet to hear anything as far as this guy being arrested. However, he has been located, so it appears to me that they may be questioning this guy. I have no idea. But according to the sheriff, they have located the gentleman that dropped off the Acura MDX. I'm hearing noise in the background. Why am I hearing noise? Let me see what I'm hearing. He has been located. I don't know what I'm hearing. Maybe I got a stream playing in the background or something, and I don't know. But I'll ignore it for now. So anyway, and you know what? Actually, I'll pull up a picture real quick, guys. I just wanted to get on, have an open discussion, talk about the new trending news, talk a little bit about NOLAN WELLS, talk a little bit about some Nancy Guthrie. I got an interesting video, if you haven't watched it, from Ashley Banfield. She talks about the fact that, she talks about the particular things that went wrong in the beginning of time with the FBI agents and Sheriff Nanos. So if you haven't watched that video, go check it out with Ashley Banfield. We'll play a little bit of it tonight, probably not all of it, but we'll skim through it and check that out. There's been some interesting things brought up with the NOLAN WELLS case too. I haven't really heard any new updates as far as anything really happening. But the parents of NOLAN WELLS did sit down and do an interview with the Jamal Bryant podcast, which appears to be a very interesting interview that they had that I definitely want to address tonight for sure. Let me pull up a picture here of the gentleman here. So the primary suspect, by the way, it appears like I was mentioning earlier, seems to be Alex James Barnett. He seems like that's our shooter. It seems like that is our shooter that took the life of Carlos Ramirez. We still are yet to really discover that information yet, but I think that's our guy for the most part. As you saw earlier, I was in the neighborhood. I went in the area where that dispatch call came in saying that there were some shots fired, and I think they were pertaining to Alex James Barnett on a maroon Harley Davidson. And I think just the day after that, we had got the blue alert for James Barnett as well. So, or Alex James Barnett. So hopefully they get this guy. I mean, we got a cop killer at large. Don't know if he's still here locally where I'm at, which is Tucson, Arizona. They got to get this guy, though. It appears to me a lot of the Nancy Guthrie case has mentally put a strain on us mentally. I mean, God, man, I think that case has really messed with us mentally. No disrespect to a lot of people, but I mean, I think that it's affected us a lot based on the way we think about certain cases moving forward. It is questionable though if these guys are part of the Guthrie case. I know a lot of people have been questioning if you know these two guys are a part of the or have anything to do with the Nancy Guthrie case. I would argue that they don't. I mean, the closest person height-wise would probably be Santiago, which was arrested today. That was the big breaking news that we got today, that Santiago was arrested. Will he talk? I don't know. We'll see. This guy's got a lot of priors, by the way. This guy has got a rap sheet like no other. I mean, both of these guys, him and Alex Barnett, have a really long rap sheet, and I don't know if these guys are, you know, they have nothing to lose or whether or not they care about getting back home to their families every day, but apparently not if they're willing to try to pull off a crime like this. I did see that there were, that he was in court. I didn't get a chance to, he looks really different too. I did see he was in court. I didn't get a chance to actually watch the video. We'll actually take a look at it in a minute here. Actually, I'll just pull it up right now. I want to see if I can get this big enough, though, for everybody to see it. But it appears that Channel 13 News did post this guy on their website when he went to court. And we'll take a look at that in a minute here. Also, Santiago George Rogers is roughly about 39 years old. He stands to be about 5'10". And again, I mean, this guy has got a rap sheet like no other. Let me pull that up real quick for y'all. I was looking at it and I'm like, whoa, this guy's got a big rap sheet. And I expected it. I mean, you could almost look at people sometimes, and I hate to judge, but sometimes you look at some of these guys and you're like, oh God, yeah, this guy definitely looks like he's a criminal for sure. That he does, and his rap sheet says it all. But it doesn't really seem like, you know, he's got a whole lot of crazy things going on from what I saw. I mean, a lot of these are narcotic violations and drug violations from what I could see here. And I really didn't get a chance to look at it fully. So, you know, we'll all look at it together. I wanted to kind of wait till we got on stream. But he's about 229 pounds, brown hair, 5'10", male, of course, 39 years old. I don't know. I haven't looked into his history as far as, you know, whether or not he spent time. I know he spent time. However, I don't know how long he spent. I know he was released in 2023 of May 15th is what it says. So what he was incarcerated for, I'm sure some of you guys in the chat know. However, I really couldn't tell you guys until we start reading into some of his information here. Interesting. We got somebody in custody, and this is, I would say he's one of the primary, but not the primary. I don't understand why the guy that was driving the vehicle didn't get charged with accessory, or he hasn't been arrested. For all we know, he has not been arrested, but he may have. Maybe they're just trying to pull some questions out of this guy. I have no idea. Maybe he didn't even know, what was even going on. I have no idea. Now, as of for Alex James Barnett, and we'll kind of go back and forth between all these guys, there is a $2,500 reward. So if anybody who has any information, that will obviously lead up to that reward. They urge somebody reaches out and shares information to find Mr. Alex Barnett. And I'll make this actually a little bit bigger because I know it's tough for a lot of you guys to probably see at home. $2,500 reward. This isn't the best picture, by the way. We'll probably end up getting a better one. But $2,500 reward is what they're offering. I feel like they can offer a whole lot more than that. I mean, this guy killed an officer, and that's how much they're offering. I don't know if they want him that bad. $2,500. So this is, I believe this is Santiago here. Let me see if we can get some sound here. He had court, I think, this evening. Wow, this sound is terrible.
Order that you not possess any firearms or other weapons, no alcohol or illegal drugs. Do not have contact with the surviving victim, and stay away from that person's home and workplace, etc. And do not have contact with the deceased victim's family.
Why is he saying that like if they're going to release him?
The state is recommending the state is asking me to hold you without bond. I believe you have a pending felony matter. Hold without bond. No bond hearing is going to be August 27th at 1:30. Preliminary hearing September 1st at 1:30, and the public defender will be representing you. You're excused.
And you could kind of see he had like
if you want a professional looking live stream with,
he kind of had like you could kind of see the tattoo. I mean, that audio is always terrible in the court. I mean, this guy, I don't even know why the judge, it just seemed like the judge would have let him out if he didn't have that felony that was being held against him for whatever that is. I couldn't tell you, but that was super weird. I don't know what that was about. That was weird. That judge, no disrespect to the judge, but he seemed a little slow. That guy might get out. If they drop that felony or try to get him, out on pretrial services or something, which I hope that they don't. I mean, they might just let that dude out. Crazy. So the guy that's been located is this gentleman right here. He appeared to be dropping off the vehicle, and we've been watching that video, of course, for the last couple of days. That is the guy. And as 13 News reported, it states that 2 of the 3 suspects in the fatal shooting of TPD recruit Carlos Ramirez have been located. The Pima County Sheriff Department said the suspect was previously seen in surveillance footage walking away from the area of the homicide. Detectives are working to determine his involvement, and no arrests have been made, which is quite weird. The first suspect arrested, 39-year-old Santiago George Rogers, which is who we just looked at in court. He was found the 22nd, which was earlier today. You could say yesterday since it's officially the 23rd. And I know some of you guys are 3 hours ahead of me on the East Coast. He was found at a hotel that 857 and I crossed past at earlier, near 4800 block of South Palo Verde Road on the south side of Tucson. And it states that Rogers appeared in Pima County Court on the night of August 22nd and faces charges of first-degree murder and aggravated assault. So Rogers was ordered not to have any contact with the surviving victim or Ramirez's family and is being held without bond. So Rogers was booked into Pima County Adult Detention Center, as we all know. And he'll appear in court again on the 27th, as we just heard, and he has no bond. Well, August 27th for his no bond hearing is what it states, and then September 1st for his preliminary hearing. So we'll see. Our authorities are still looking for the third suspect wanted in the fatal shooting of Tucson police recruit Carlos Ramirez at his home near Valencia and Camino Verde. So that's crazy. Hold on, we'll continue this here. It says, and then it goes on to say, on Wednesday, August 19th, the Pima County Sheriff Department said it has attained a first-degree murder arrest for 33-year-old Alex James Barnett. So he is wanted on a charge of first-degree murder for the shooting death of Tucson police recruit Pima County in Pima County on Wednesday, August 19th. So Barnett and two other men are accused of killing Ramirez and injuring his pregnant fiance. And hold on, let's pull this up real quick so we're not getting people confused, for those that may be new to the channel or just chiming in on this case and have no idea what this is about here. But this is Barnett, and Barnett and two other men are being accused of killing Ramirez, and including his fiance. And PCSD correction officer, which she was the fiance, which she was injured during a home invasion in the 7700 block of South Enchanted Spring Drive early Wednesday. And we've talked about the fiance and her sister coming out the other day, and we'll pull that up real quick here too while we're talking about it here. There's Santiago there. I mean, these guys definitely look like criminals. I would say, like I said, when you see that Arizona tattoo, then he's got the wildcat on the side of that right side of his neck. He's definitely got to be from Tucson, because anybody who puts the U of A, which is Tucson's football college team, on their neck or tatted on their neck, they're representing where they're from. I see that a lot, especially on Hispanic males. They do that a lot with tattoos. It's a very common tattoo. So there is Mr. Carlos Ramirez's fiance. And we talked about her the other day. Her sister had put out a message from her Instagram, and she was pretty upset just with all the people probably not only harassing her, but just putting out misinformation about their involvement in this. So I think a lot of people think that they have some type of involvement or some type of cartel thing going on. So it's understandable. People are going to speculate. People are going to throw information out there that shouldn't be thrown out there just on speculation and theory. So it's understandable. So that is the fiance's sister. So that's Aaliyah's sister to the right. And she took to her Instagram the other day and made this post. She's got her own coffee restaurant, which I would love to stop by one of these days when we're out and about and check it out. It's actually not a restaurant. I think she delivers, or you can pick it up somewhere. I don't think it's an actual restaurant, but she has her own coffee business, which would be awesome to try. I mean, I drink coffee every day before work, so it would very much so be nice to try some of her coffee. As it states, Mr. Barnett, who was responsible for injuring this correction officer and supposedly killing Carlos Ramirez, because I believe he'd be the primary shooter for both parties. He was last seen driving a 2020 Harley Davidson motorcycle with Arizona license plates, and he was wearing a red shirt and black leather vest. I think the D-Flock camera picked up on that bike because when you see the picture, there's like a red, it's like a red thing. It's like indicating something under the plate. It's kind of hard to explain, I guess, and I'll show you guys real quick here. Let's see if I got a picture of it for you guys. And bear with me, guys. I'll say hello to chat. I just wanted to kind of get going here because I know it's fairly late. Let me see. I think I saved the picture that they had, or showing his tattoos, trying to give everybody a good idea of his identity. So check this out. There's a little red thing like underneath the license plate. And I honestly think that's like something that flags. It has to be something that flags this bike or something like that. From the D-Flock cameras, they had to have picked up on that bike. And it was very easy because this guy is not very smart at all. I don't know why people were, I just don't know why this guy's so dumb. The first thing you do, obviously, first thing most people do, people take down their Facebooks when they're simply just being criticized, or when things are going on that they don't want people to really reach out to them about online, or just whatever. People take down their Facebook for the craziest reasons sometimes. This would be a very, not a good reason, but it would be a reason for him to, take down his Facebook, especially if he's committed a crime and killed a police officer. Why wouldn't you take that down? So the moment you go to his Facebook, you easily see that, he's got this bike, he's got this jacket. He always wears the same jacket. He appears wearing the same clothes sometimes, it looks like, too. But I truly think that the D-Flock camera must have picked up on this bike. And that's where they were able to determine that this guy's actually been out and about on this bicycle. So that's my take on it. I don't know for sure. And then along the bottom side there, of course, there's those tattoos. So he's got distinctive tattoos that you could look out for. If you see this guy, call 911. Don't try to take him down. Don't try to be a superhero. Just call 911, because it could probably end up bad for you. And as I mentioned multiple times, if somebody's willing to shoot a police officer, they're for dang sure willing to shoot you. So don't take the risk. It's not worth your life. Call, report it in. Just remember that information that you give could amount to you receiving $2,500. So just keep that in mind. Beautiful family, man. My heart goes out to this guy, man. It's unfortunate. My heart goes out to Mr. Carlos. It really hurts. And with that being said, let's say a quick prayer here. Dear Heavenly Father, I just wanted to take this time to ask you for courage, the wisdom and strength to just encourage us all to continue to not only ask you to watch over us, but of course, encourage each other to watch over each other, and remind each other, and obviously you can keep us all safe and help us remind each other to protect our families and keep each other safe, and just watch our surroundings. And just take care of your family. Father, I just want you to watch over the Guthrie family in any case that we cover, Carlos Ramirez and his family, Nolan Wells and his family as well. And send prayers for these individuals who have done such harm to these crazy crimes that they've done to these lovely people who are just trying to make the best of their lives. Even though they have, been evil people, we still are going to pray for them, Father, and ask that you watch over them as well. Father, I just want you to pray over people in the chat. Watch after them. Pray for Kimmy, one of the mods here in the chat, and her father, and anybody else who must be going through hard times, or dealing with somebody in their life that is in bad health. As well as Angie. She's battling cancer right now, and I just want to send prayers her way and ask that you continue to watch over Angie as well. In dear Jesus' name, amen. And if we can, folks, we'll of course, say a brief moment of silence here, or have a brief moment of silence. How can you say a brief moment of silence? Oh my God. Let's have a brief moment of silence here. I'm hearing noises. I don't know why I keep hearing noises. I don't know if my phone's got something on or what, but it's like there's something playing in my background and I don't know what it is. I'm just going to flip through everything real quick and make sure whatever I'm hearing, there's nothing playing in the background, but I hear something like playing super duperly low and it's bothering me, and I would hate for that to be in the background the entire time. Sleuth Intuition is actually on. He's actually showing a little bit of Santiago Rogers. I'm not too sure what's going on there, but he's got Santiago Rogers on right now, which is interesting. I don't know. Whatever it is, we'll figure it out later. I hope you guys can't hear that, though. Amen, though, folks. Amen. And shout out to everybody in the chat here. I didn't even get a chance to say hello to those of you guys chiming in. Big welcomes, guys. I don't even know how many people we got. 242? Oh, we're doing all right. We're doing all right. Thanks for liking the video, by the way. Thanks to those who gave the video a thumbs up. Much love, folks. Mary, big welcomes, by the way. Fueled by Folgers and Jesus. Welcome, O-Town. Allie, welcome. Good seeing you, Allie, Texas woman. Shout out to all the mods plugging in here, of course. Is it Wild Country? Good seeing you, Wild Country. And Tyree, I think it was Tyree. Thanks for the PayPal. I think Tyree had sent me a $10 PayPal. I just saw that earlier. I'm sorry I missed it. I don't know if that was Tarek, but much love. Much love to you, Tarek. Good seeing you, by the way. Tea time, welcome. Army Vet, good seeing you, man. It's been a minute. It's been a minute. I've been seeing you on a bunch of panels, though. Good seeing you. What's going on with what's up, Chad? What's going on? I'm hearing something about trolls or something like that. What did I miss? Thanks, Juice. I already feel relaxed and grounded. Hey, I appreciate that, of course. It's me, Christian Juice. I know. I remember. I just like to shout out everybody in the chat, at least by their YouTube names, of course. Appreciate y'all being a part of that prayer with me as well. Liz Porter, welcome. Renee, good seeing you, Renee. I think it's Renee. How you doing? Welcome. Just trying to say hello to everybody in the chat. If I missed you, I'm sorry. Jet Set, welcome. Peaches, welcome. God bless you guys all for chiming in. Much love, folks. Much love. So, guys, I don't really understand what they mean by located. Maybe somebody in chat can enlighten me a bit, but I really don't know what they mean necessarily by located. Does that mean that they have this guy detained? Like, what is that really supposed to mean? Does that mean that he's really not going to get charged with anything? I mean, I was on X and I saw that and I'm like, what is this supposed to mean? Does this mean that this guy's not going to go to jail? Is he going to go to jail? Like, are they going to question him and then take him to jail? What is going on? I don't understand the terminology behind located. So they released it here on X, at least. I mean, in many other places as well. But it states, update: the suspect previously seen exiting the vehicle believed to be involved in the homicide has been located at this time. No arrests have been made as investigators work to determine his involvement. Alex Barnett remains outstanding, wanted on a first-degree murder warrant. And that's all it states. But what is that supposed to mean? Why isn't he you know, responsible for anything. Like, why isn't he being held accountable for anything? I mean, whether he knows that he's involved in this or not, I mean, he definitely knew from the moment they showed that on the news. I'm pretty sure somebody reached out to this guy. I mean, he looks homeless, but I don't think he is. I truly don't think this guy's homeless. So I can't call it. Carolina says, I think they screwed up and got the wrong guy. And what happened to Omar? They aren't looking for him anymore. Remember that? I know. Remember we heard that on the, I think it was a dispatch call that we heard Omar. And it was crazy because all the information that we got first was actually like legitimate information. Like, and I didn't want to put it out there because I wasn't sure. I mean, you never know. And you don't want to misinform the public because it's not going to help. Obviously, if they're trying to track down somebody that's highly wanted for sure. So I didn't really want to just throw that out there. But I mean, it turns out that this information was actually legitimate based on whoever these people are or were on the scanner calls that we heard originally. And I think there's actually a couple new scanner calls we'll take a listen to. I think it was this scanner call. I think it was on the night, or they're all on the 19, but I think it was was it this one here? I think it was this one. Let's listen to this one real quick. Hold on.
Spring Drive. Users want to give advice?
Fox 8 865 817 107 Fox 14 1041.
10-4. Saying husband was shot. Advised it. Protecting advised you shot him in the arm. Said someone came in wearing a mask. Said subjects had come in. Personally advised. 559.
107. Can we find out how many people are in the house?
10-4. Youth responded to shooting. 1017 advised that she.
No, that one wasn't it. Another thing is I'm hearing people saying, look, there was 4 people. I think, well, I'm hearing people speculate that there were 4 people involved in this. And remember, originally they were saying that it was 3 suspects. Then they said 2, and then they turned around and said it's 3 suspects to be involved in this. What are they doing? Is it 3 or is it 2? Or is there actually a 4th? I don't really believe that there's a 4th, but I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a 4th person involved in this. Because in reality, for all we know, it could have been 3 guys that got out, and then it could have been 1 driver. I know 857 and the guys were looking at the and Shibby and a couple other people, I think Misty, were looking at the video footage of the gentleman Santiago and
Spring Drive.
Alex. Why is this playing again? And so I pointed this out yesterday. There was a person in front of Alex Barnett, and apparently people are starting to think that person was with them when they walked into the store. Excuse me. I just really think the Nancy Guthrie case has really got people like overthinking this. That like we're literally like over investigating some things. And you got to remember, these convenience stores are recording 24/7. Some of these convenience stores, when I was working at Circle K, the camera could go back at least 30 days. So if there was somebody else that appeared to be involved or with these guys when they were walking in this store, they would have mentioned that. I think that they've gathered enough information to be able to let us know or point out another individual that would have been involved in this particular situation here. But right in the beginning of when this starts, and you know what, I'll go to the original, and it's going to play a commercial here. Let me make sure the sound is off. So right in the beginning right here, you see that guy on the left side right there? A lot of people are starting to take notice to this guy and assume that he may be involved, or not even involved necessarily. But I mean, if he's a suspect that people are starting to think, then obviously he would be involved. But a lot of people are starting to think that this particular person was with them when they went into the store. I don't think so. But everybody speculates what they speculate. Everybody has their own theories and thoughts on what they think. They don't really show this guy. I mean, I know they got enough footage to go back and show this guy. And I think, like I said, he would have been a part of the footage if he was a potential suspect. He doesn't really look dressed, and you can't, I guess, judge by the way they're dressed. But I mean, these guys are obviously going to do a job. Being due to the fact that they're in all black. I mean, they're in all black for a reason. It was definitely planned, for sure. It's not going to be a coincidence that these guys just decided, or these guys just wore black. You know what I mean? So they definitely, for sure, had this plan. Not too sure if these guys were, at the casino before they decided to do this. However, I'm almost 100% sure that this was most certainly planned, targeted. I'm pretty much I'm on the targeted side of this, because you don't just go to a neighborhood and pick that house. I mean, they don't have the nicest cars. They don't seem to have, I mean, you would have to know these people or know something about these people to know that they have something in there that is, gonna, bring in some money. Another thing is, a lot of people were questioning, like, how does this guy get a Harley Davidson? Well, one thing I could say is it's not very hard to forge your check stubs, act like you're working somewhere. That is not hard to do at all, guys. Let's see if we can find this guy real quick. Alex Barnett. I don't even know why this guy hasn't taken his Facebook down yet. Is his Facebook still up, or did he finally take it down? I think he took it down, guys. Yeah, he took it down. But there's a video. I posted it on my X. I mean, this guy's sitting here buying a Harley. We don't want to play that. We'll get copyright. And I don't really want to do any more of that, because we've had to exit out a lot of, or mute a lot of copyright. Let me see if I can get this in the screen here, and then I'll remove that circle real quick. I don't know if you guys seen this video yet, but he's inside the Harley Davidson store buying a bike, or buying this maroon bike that everybody's been on the search for, or authorities are on the search for. And like I said, it's not hard to forge your paperwork and purchase a bike. It's really not hard to act like you got a substantial amount of income. That's crazy. And this is like I think it said it was like a 2025 or something like that. Don't quote me, I don't remember, but it was around the newer years of bikes. How do you get out of prison? You get out of prison in 2025 and purchase God knows how much this bike was. I mean, enough. It was enough, I'm pretty sure. I mean, these Harleys are not cheap. But I mean, and also look at his history. I mean, when, part of his history is the fact that he, what was it exactly that he did? He was writing checks at the gym show. So, I mean, if you got a guy writing checks at the gym show, he's looking to counter off of certain things that he's got at the gym show. So it sounds like he was buying things with like fake checks at the gym show and then turning around and selling it. So he was turning basically fake money into real money in all reality. It's not very, I mean, for me, it's difficult. I find it very difficult to find a cosigner, but for some people, it's not that hard to even find a cosigner or somebody who's willing to go get you a bike. I mean, if you got money, it's free money. You got a substantial amount of money. It wouldn't be hard to pay somebody and say, hey, look, I need you to go purchase this Harley Davidson for me. I'll pay you $1,000 if you go buy it. You know, or hey, can you co-sign? I'll give you $2,000 if you co-sign for me. It's that easy. There's multiple ways he could have went and bought this bike. He could have bought it in cash. He definitely could have bought it in cash. I can't call it. I know that's suspicious to go turn around and purchase a Harley Davidson a whole year later, though. That's just weird. I mean, but this guy's obviously doing things he shouldn't be doing. I mean, the proof is in the pudding. I mean, his history says it all. He probably doesn't have a job. Well, I mean, you can quote me on it. I know he doesn't have a job. Maybe somebody paid them to off the cop. Hey, maybe so, Mary. Maybe so. You could have a point. And I think the first thing we think of when we think of Pima County Sheriff handling anything at this point now is, does Sheriff Nanos have any involvement? We all have to ask that question, right? And it's TPD. He doesn't really seem to like other people in different departments of law enforcement. I mean, I hate to say it, but I mean, could he? And that's just a question. But personally, if you ask me, I don't think Sheriff Nanos has anything to do with it. But I think a lot of people question that. Somebody said they sent me an email. Send me an email. Oh, Lisa. Oh, I saw this one. I don't know. I don't remember who posted this. That is crazy. What a coincidence, right? That is crazy. Here, I'll post these for you guys here. So she said, here's who I suspect this guy is that ditched the vehicle. His name is Jay, and we won't say his last name. We'll just say JL. He took is his name on here? We'll post it. Whatever. Jay Lewis is, and again, this is not the suspect, okay? We don't know if this is the guy who dropped off the vehicle. We'll just say that for the record. We're just speculating. We're just looking into people that could be people of interest. So there you go. And that's all we got to do. We don't have to really, and I'm not trying to intentionally ruin anybody's image, but whatever. We're investigating. So we're doing this together. So why not? Why not look at it? So Jay Lewis is what she's showing me here, and this is interesting. Wow. That is really weird. Let me get this up on screen for you guys. One second, guys. I want this to be all three photos at the same time, so let me get them up here. Very interesting. And I'll just squeeze his Facebook in there. We should just go to let's just go to his Facebook. So this is the photo that this is what she sent me just now, which is very interesting because I mean, he does look like the guy from the back if you kind of look at him. If you take the hair for consideration, I mean that does look like that could possibly be the guy. I mean, wow, and then he's got the gym stuff going on. That is really weird. Very interesting. Thanks for sending me that, by the way. You just never know who can be an acquaintance nowadays. Very interesting. Jay Lewis. Let's look at his Facebook real quick, chat. Let's check it out. Or did he take it down already? Oh, nope. There it is. Oh, also, did you guys look in to see if these guys are friends on Facebook, though? Are they friends? Let's take a look. Well, oh no, because he took his Facebook down, I think, so we're not going to even know. Alex. No, he doesn't even show up on here. Barnett. No, they're not. They're not. But when you look at him, though, he looks like he could be a biker. He looks like, he looks like a Harley rider. Okay, he does. I'm not going to lie. Is this the guy? I don't know, because we never really got a really good look at his face. But the fact that he's got stones and stuff on his Facebook is kind of a little weird to me. Very interesting. Thanks for sharing that, Lisa. Relentless says, I don't think so. He just looks too clean, though, like to be. He looks too clean. So I don't know. Nah, I don't think this is the guy. This is the Facebook here. Yeah, he looks too clean, chat. I would have to see him walk. Does he have any videos? I don't think he has any videos. Very interesting, though. Very interesting. They're going to find him. I mean, the fact that they've located him, we don't even need to do any necessary work finding this guy because we know law enforcement has located him. It's been confirmed. So, I mean, it's not like we even have to worry about who this guy is anymore because we're going to get the name eventually. It was what was odd too, and I think that they had this guy's location almost instantly for Santiago because they did not release his name publicly. So that tells me that they already had his location, or they already had people reaching out, for his whereabouts, because otherwise they would have released that information publicly for sure. And I think Alex Barnett, of course, has officially taken his page down, and we were just looking at it the other day. And I'm regretting not saving those pictures because this guy, he had pictures with, it looked like it might have been his son or something like that. I should have saved those photos. Dang, I didn't save any of them. But I think we did pull them up on my last video I did at home. Very interesting. Let's pop in on Sleuth real quick just to see what he's talking about here, because I think he might have pulled up some info on. He's really good at doxing people, by the way. I haven't really got into that just because I just haven't, but Sleuth has really dug into gathering people's information in neighborhoods and all kind of stuff. I think he's talking about them, but he didn't show anything. No, he just got a picture of them. I thought he was sharing some information like as to certain photos and whatnot. Why do I have no sound? Chaz, my sound not on? Do you guys hear that in the background? Oh, I don't hear anything.
I couldn't handle the laughing hyenas over on 8.
Oh, he just had his stream silent.
Could be a bad internet connection.
No, I think he just has his stream silent. It's all good. Sleuth is good. Sleuth is a good sleuth. Yeah, he definitely is. There was sound? There was, but it was like silent for a second. Kimmy, good seeing you, by the way, Kimmy. I'm just scrolling through the chat here, making sure I didn't miss nothing. Angela says the bike was probably between 21K and 25K. Probably so. I don't know if they said what type of bike it is. Did they even say? It just says 2020 Harley Davidson. Oh, yeah, it does. It's a Street Glide. It's a 2020 Harley Davidson FL. No, that's his plate. Well, it says a Street Glide Special. Ooh. Very nice. $2020 Street Glide Special. How much are these? What's the price on these? $27,000 for a 2020. It says it was for the bike used. It's showing 17,000. In between 17,000 and 22,000, depending on the mileage, condition, and custom accessories. So that's what it all varies. One moment, chat. Hey, should we? I keep hearing that Sleuth did an interview with somebody in regards to the Nancy Guthrie case. Maybe we should take a look at that. There's a new dispatch call that was released. I want to listen to it real quick.
After speaking to resident 7726, he advised that a gray four-door SUV pulled up in the area at approximately 0542 hours.
9. The house numbers that were tagged for ring camera or made contact, please.
445 for the unit with the grandfather. Can you just hang tight with him until we get all this stuff sorted out? 479, I'll be out with the grandfather. We're with one of the neighbors watching the ring camera. Gray, older SUV, arrived there approximately 0542 hours. I left at 0556 hours. One occupant gets in the passenger vehicle, possibly in Pantera. 445, you want to try to pull the traffic cam on Blunson coming over there in case your vehicle matches leaving around that time.
That's what I was talking to the firefighters. What's that vehicle description again?
Their gray model SUV.
Four-door SUV, possibly in Pantera, and at least 2 occupants.
I need an ATL for a suspect vehicle. Suspect vehicle is going to be a gray Acura MD.
Oh, so this is when they were just giving a description of the vehicle, talking about somebody getting in the passenger seat. But when and where was that? So one person's been arrested. They've all, for the most part, it seems like they've been identified. But two of the one that were arrested, they haven't publicly. Actually, one of the three that, so one has been arrested. The other has been located, but not publicly identified. The one that's been arrested, obviously, we know his name. And then the primary, which is Alex Barnett, has not been caught. So they only have the one person in custody, which is Santiago. And the gentleman who left the vehicle has been located. Apparently, I'm assuming that that means that they're questioning him. I have no idea what they're going to do moving forward. One second, guys. Yeah, I'm assuming if they're able to tie this guy there, if he, let's just say he tells on himself and says, yeah, he was there and he was the driver for these two suspects that were the ones who did this home invasion, and obviously then at that point he would be arrested for accessory to murder. So, but if he can prove, I think that he had nothing to do with it and he was just paid to drop this car off, then he might just, get some type of charge, but obviously not as bad as what these guys are going to get charged with. When police say someone was located after dropping off a vehicle connected to a murder, it means law enforcement physically found and identified that person at a specific place. So usually during a surveillance or after tracking evidence, it does not mean arrested by itself. It means found, spotted, or discovered by an officer, is what it states. So he may not even get arrested. So what located means in law enforcement language, it means officer found the suspect physically positioned. The suspect was observed doing something like dropping off a vehicle. The suspect was positively identified at the moment. The suspect presents at the location is now part of the evidentiary timeline. It's used to mark a confirmed point to chain of events, especially in cases involving vehicles, secondary crime scenes, or evidence disposal. It states that it aligns with how investigators treat secondary crime scenes, such as places where a suspect moves or abandons evidence like a vehicle. These locations are documented and secured as part of reconstructing the timeline. So, I mean, they're going to question this guy and see what they can dig out of him. So, I mean, at the least worst case scenario, chances are he doesn't talk, he says he doesn't know him, and they don't get anywhere. If they pick this guy up tonight, I'm going to assume that they know, or this guy definitely knows these guys. If they pick him up tonight. June says until they have good evidence, the detectives don't want to mess up. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes perfect sense. Did you guys see the sleuth interview? Should we watch it? Was it worth watching? Was it good? I don't know if it's I don't know. I don't know what to expect. I glanced at it earlier, but it kind of looked like he was like and I don't I'm even gonna say that. I don't know. But from what I heard, Sleuth sat down and he interviewed somebody. I don't know if it was good or not. Maybe we'll check it out and see what the hype is all about. Sleuth Intuition. Shout Sleuth Intuition, by the way. I think Ali was saying it was like at an hour and 50 minutes or something like that. Where'd they go? They sat down at like a library or something like that. So Sloop that sat down, and I guess he had an interview about pertaining to Nancy Guthrie. Just Maggie says I couldn't understand the guy. That's what I'm really curious about. Like, was it really worth? Was the interview worth it? Did he get any real legitimate information, or was it one of those another nothing burger? Perhaps. Angela says in Ohio, if you're charged with accessory to murder, or if you get accessory to murder, you can be charged with murder. That's crazy. It has become disconcerting? Or did you mean to put disconcerting? In the USA, with the information we receive from our trusted network, News Nation, and affiliates, etc., who do we believe anymore? Hall Troubles, I agree with that 100%. I'm so tired of getting, like I've said before, I'm not even entertaining anything anymore. Like when it comes to people saying that they really have like real legitimate information, I'm over it. It's becoming more overwhelming than it is interesting anymore. I'm just tired of it. That's not the guy, Lisa, the Shane Barnett guy. I don't know who that is. Could he have a brother though? Could Shane Barnett be Alex's brother? Does he have any brothers? Shoot, feel free to email me, guys, if you guys have any information that you want me to share. I'm kind of open book tonight, so I usually am always, but tonight more so. June says the salesman was very interesting about info about Nancy's caregiver. Is that who that guy was that he interviewed? Could someone go see where on 857 Live it happened at, and I'll send it to Juice? Like where he can start at? Wait, what? What'd I miss? All right, let's see what this is talking about real quick.
Enough, he called my son.
Because I got an interesting video with Ashley Banfield. Let's listen to this.
With no permission.
Let's start it from the beginning.
He's his.
What is he?
So Edward Snook. So my last $2,000, he was going to review my case file. All my
Is he an attorney or what is he?
He's a journalist. He's a one-man operation.
Like me.
Check out his page. I'm like, to me, he's got other people that he's sued. He's protected. You're protected. Are you an official journalist?
No.
There's journalistic laws that they can hit you with the slander really easy.
Yeah.
So I called him out on Facebook, on his Facebook page. As soon as I put that money, I knew right then. I was like, that was a mistake. And sure enough, he called my son with no permission. So I called him out on Facebook. I just called him a fraud. He started a countdown 24 hours for me to apologize. If not, be prepared. So then he put that article up. And that article is all my research, my file that he would not return. And he flipped it all. So
the way I found you
was
a person that I know, a colleague, I guess, another journalist, JLR, ran into you out on the street. What was going on with that?
what was going on is I walked up to the Guthrie's estate.
Okay.
I hadn't been up there. Let me digress. I was not involved at all until about a month ago. And the reason is I've been on the run.
Shonda says it's a waste of time.
And when I say I'm on the run, I'm on the run. I had my laptop stolen. Okay?
So this guy's really on the run and he's doing an interview?
With evidence. I'm technically a federal whistleblower, if you want. But I don't know if that's all true. I think that might be fake paperwork. But anyways, at gunpoint, I tried to retrieve it. They had me at gunpoint. They took it all. So TPD.
So this guy was interviewed by JLR before? Huh.
Tucson police stood down. 911 stood down. They gave him about 3 hours to get away. I took off. And so that's part, I was staying there. Anyway, so I couldn't go back to my residence because I was renting a room from him, the person who stole it. That was a distraction. I'd been on the run. Every night between 3 and 4 in the morning, they'd come and harass me. I didn't know if they were going to kill me or not, but 2 attempts on my life confirmed. So the other stuff, I think, is just to distract me. So I didn't pay attention to Nancy Guthrie case at all. And I saw a little flyer up at Ina and Oracle. Faded out and says, Roberto, did you see that guy? He's putting billboards up all over New Mexico. Anyways, I heard he's a fraud, but I called him. I just
For Nancy's case?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Well, I don't know.
Maybe
not. The guy seemed pretty hokey to me.
Okay.
You know, he's retired, had all this money, and he just wanted evidence. But anyways, I just went, wow, this is a big case. And I thought, damn, the only person that came to my mind was Kimberly, who I've mentioned all over the post.
Yeah, who is this person, Kimberly?
This person's
What's
very
her
dangerous
name?
person.
What's her full name?
Kimberly Alicia Bin. Okay. Unfortunately, I dated her. But after 2 weeks, I knew that she was set to spy on me. Because where were we? What was the question? How JLR met me. So anyways, I had not focused on this at all. And the distraction was real because they got my tablets, they got my phone, everything. So JLR saw me. I was taking a break. My feet hurt. That was a pretty far walk.
Yeah, you were sitting down.
Yeah, just sit down, man. Try and catch a vibe, see what's going on. And he saw me, and then he said, stay. But I got a real bad vibe, if you want the honesty. As soon as he left, it hit me, some real bad energy.
Really?
Right there at that
What about
scene.
him?
I don't know, but I got out of there. I took a walk and went and got some ice. He saw me again, and he never came back.
Yeah, he seems to get lucky with seeing like activity and things. Like seems to be attracted to him.
What
were you hoping to get accomplished down there?
I just wanted to get a feel for it, see if the neighbors were real cautious about who was there. Maybe meet some important reporters, to be honest with you.
And you did.
And I did. Hey, Rob, shut up, man. We're on it. We can't have you doing this. Or come in, it's like you're.
All right, yeah, this is a nothing burger. It's a nothing burger. I don't think it's really anything that we're gonna gather and take from this at all. I have no idea what this guy's talking about, really. I mean, I do, but it's not really something that we need to. Nothing we need to know. I'm trying to figure out what this noise is I'm hearing in the background. I'm so glad you guys can't hear that. So I wanted to play this interesting video from Ashley though, Ashley Banfield, and I don't know if you guys watched it, but I think she had some interesting details to share about the Guthrie case and somebody she actually interviewed about the Guthrie case. But real quick, I wanted to play this interview because we haven't shared this from Sheriff Nanos, and in regards to the recruit, the police officer who was killed. So let me share this real quick here.
Identified so far.
And by the way, it's only going to come out on one side because whoever interviewed him has very terrible audio.
Released from prison, from jail, not all that long ago, has a long and violent criminal history. What do you make of that?
You know, I'd have to look more at those details, and I'll let you and the community see that and decide for yourselves. But for me, I can't look backwards. I can only look forwards. Our job now is focused on finding this individual and anybody else involved in this crime and arresting them, charging them, and then bringing together a very solid case for the county attorney's office to prosecute them. And from there, it's out of our hands.
So zooming out on this, you know, obviously both of these individuals were or had previously been employed with the sheriff's department. What was your initial response? How your team is feeling about this?
Well, you know, I know it's hurting my team. You just had to be at the hospital yesterday, and you'd have seen the number of members of our team there for support for this young lady. It's devastating. And I know that Tucson Police Department is also equally devastated. I'm in the role, though, now where
I don't know.
Grieving for...
I don't know why I can't stand Sheriff Nanos's like sound effects when he's like talking. It's like he needs oxygen or something. I don't know. I don't even know. I just can never buy what he's saying. It's like he's trying to think of something to make it. I don't know. It's I just can't stand hearing like his gestures that he makes when he's trying to get to his point.
Is also equally devastated. I'm in the role, though, now where
oh man, I'm sorry. Let me stop.
Devastated. I'm in.
I can't, man. I cannot with this man no more, man. I swear. I've been hearing this for the last 6 months.
Now we're devastated. I'm in the role, though, now where grieving for the loss of our family will come. I know that. But right now we're focused on nothing more than finding these individuals
Lord, forgive me.
Who did a very horrific, senseless act, and we want to bring them to justice.
I'll use the public safety alert issued from last night. There was a lot of people saying, you know, I've never seen this done for a homicide before. You know, is the fact that this is a law enforcement family hit a little bit closer to home?
Oh, I'm sure. You know, I've never heard of a blue alert. But the Department of Public Safety, who puts out all of these alerts, silver alert, amber alert, blue alert, red, all these different alerts, they contacted us and asked us, hey, do you think it would help if we put out a blue alert on this case? And that meaning a law enforcement officer.
First of all, they didn't put necessarily a blue alert on the case. They put a blue alert on an individual. And it yet has not helped, okay? Let's just be honest here. It has not helped yet because we have not got the primary suspect that they seem more interested in than any other suspect that's either been located or arrested. So I don't know if the blue alert has been effective yet.
Was killed. I said absolutely. Why would you not use those resources? There's been a lot of questions and
hold on real quick. Did we get a blue alert for Nancy? Did we get a blue alert for Nancy? But he just said, why wouldn't you want to use those resources that we have if we have them?
Concerns about all the technology and its usage and taking away constitutional rights of others, all of those things. I'm not concerned with that right now.
Yeah,
I'm
good
concerned
point.
about finding people who have committed a horrendous crime, a murder. And I will use whatever resources we have available to us to do so within the law. We will always follow the law. Whether those
Yeah, you're right. How about an idiot alert? Yeah, seriously. Can we get an alert to petition to get this guy out of office as soon as possible?
Rules or constitutional or whatever, a flock camera, this, I don't get into that argument. That's for the courts to decide. That's why we have courts.
Oh, now we have courts, and those, do you let people decide things? Since when do you let people decide things? You didn't let the FBI decide anything. Let me stop.
Attorneys. Others have their opinions. I have mine. But the bottom line is simply this. If there is someone's constitutional right violated, the courts will let us know that.
I want to ask where the investigation stands today. There's been a lot of pretty rapid developments. If you can just elaborate a little bit on what we have so far.
As we speak, we have several teams of detectives out there working closely with other teams, TPD.
Wait a minute. Your teams work closely with other teams? Is that true? No way. Because I think I remember somebody, wasn't she an assessor who was working closely with other teams and he went crazy because she shared information that she shouldn't have shared with other teams? This is not making any sense at all.
Police department, the FBI, every federal agency you could think of is helping us, the U.S. Marshals, even Border Patrol or Customs at the border. Everybody has reached out and said, how can we help? As I sit here today, right this minute, there's a number of operations going on across the state.
Very interesting.
And we continue to work this case.
Are there still currently 3 suspects?
Yes. But does that mean there couldn't be 4, 5, 6? We don't know. Right now, we put out a video that showed 3 people involved in this incident that we want to find out where they are.
Is it believed that they're all still currently in the state?
We hope so, yeah. That's part of the investigation.
Mm-hmm. The extent, the magnitude of the response?
Well, it's we throw resources at every case we get, as whatever the resources are needed, particularly if it's a violent
I can't
criminal.
stand this guy.
Sometimes we get spread so thin.
It's amazing how he handles a different case completely different, But on the other end of the stick, when we just seen how he dealt with a case prior, Nancy Guthrie, it was handled much more differently than how he's handling this.
And we got to have some help because crime doesn't stop just because one crime occurred. And we know that. We still have a service to provide. It's just, homicides are going to happen. We have to investigate them. We don't sit back and say, well, because you're a policeman, we're going to give you these resources, and because you're an elderly person, we're going to give you it's a homicide. You get all the resources we have. And if it takes more, then we call and ask for our partners to help provide that.
You talked about tips. Has that been helpful, receiving information from the public?
Absolutely. A number of tips have come in on this case, and we continue to work them. And so I thank the media for helping us there, and I thank the community. Keep vigilant and sharing those tips with us.
Are you sure? Are you sure? The last time I checked, he hated the media, especially independent media. You're not thankful. Anyway, I wanted to play this video that was shown. Hold on. I think it was from 857. Thanks to Ali. I think he spoke with somebody. Let me see here. Let's see if we can pull this up. Oh, was this the gentleman that he spoke to wearing like blue or something like that? Let me see. Hold on. Let's get this pulled up real quick. I'll share this with you guys here. Shouts to 857, by the way. Make sure you guys go subscribe. Go check out 857. He's been on the ground. He was the first person on the scene for the Carlos Ramirez case. He's usually the first guy there a lot of times, to be honest. So shouts to him, and man, thanks for all your work.
Yeah, it is weird.
So we can skip up here.
Yeah, there is lagging. I'm parked right here.
I think I see this guy coming up in the back on the scooter.
What's up, man? Hey, what's happening?
How are you?
Good. You want to say hi?
Say hi.
Yeah. Got about 3,000 people watching.
Say hi?
Well, you're selling something.
Oh, yeah.
Well, what do you say?
Are you streaming?
Yeah, you want to say hi?
Yeah, what's the stream?
We're at 857 Live, and we came to
What's up,
pay.
guys? We're out here selling security and cameras.
Security and cameras, and so obviously you heard about the tragic shooting here.
Yeah, so I was here probably like 2 months ago. So we set up some houses then. I just saw the news, and then I was like, I think I was in that neighborhood.
Really?
So yeah, we've had some people call to like that we talked to before that weren't super into it.
Yeah.
And they reached back out. So I set up some of their houses, and now I'm just kind of talking to some other folks.
Yeah, I saw the ADT. We talked to them. They were out here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Are
a
you like
crazy
ADT?
time.
What's the name of your company?
Vivint, baby.
Vivint.
The best in the game.
Vivint, guys.
There it is.
All right, so you kind of do what they do, though, but just your own thing?
Yeah, the only difference is our cameras record 24 hours a day.
Okay.
And everything records even if internet's out.
Oh, okay.
Whoa.
So a lot of the companies like Ring and ADT, they're not bad companies.
Yeah.
But they just rely on Wi-Fi. And
So what if somebody has like a cell phone jammer kind of thing? You guys would still go?
cell phone. So there's an encryption.
Or like a jammer thing, you know, where they can jam the
So the Wi-Fi jammers.
Wi-Fi jammers, yeah.
Yeah, so there's an encryption in the tablet from Vivint.
Okay.
And at the end of the day, we're a tech company, so we just make better and cooler stuff to solve problems that basic companies have.
Yeah.
We're a little bit pricier, but I mean, after something happens and family systems didn't work how they needed it to,
yeah,
that's when we get the call.
You got a card?
Yeah.
Let me throw it up there, and if you guys want to get some security nationwide in America, right?
Yeah.
Anywhere in the States or
Yeah, it's
world?
all 50.
All 50.
Yeah.
All right.
So my card, it's actually a digital card.
Oh, dang it. How's that
but
gonna work?
what I could do, I'll leave you with this. I think I saw you a little bit earlier. Were you
No, I
driving
just-
around, or was that another guy?
I just got here, yep.
What do you do?
I have a start with you. We cover all kinds of, we've been covering the Nancy Guthrie case. Have you heard about that?
Yeah, we heard about that before we even got out here like 4 months ago. That's another thing people have talked about.
Yeah.
It's made our job a little bit easier, unfortunately, but
Yeah.
it's a reactive industry, as you can imagine.
So what is your opinion on the Nancy Guthrie? Do you think, have you looked into it at all, or you just kind of...
If you want to hear something crazy, I set up her caregiver.
What do you mean you set up her caregiver?
So I was in their neighborhood knocking, and just coincidentally, I knocked on her door.
She had a caregiver?
Yeah, so the lady was at the house every day.
Really?
Every day.
When
So
was this?
When did I set them up?
Or when did you meet her caregiver?
Probably about a month and a half, 2 months ago.
And the lady lived there?
Yeah, she lives in Tucson.
Okay.
She knows like the family, like she was there
Yeah.
every day. But yeah, it's kind of wild. I guess the most I could say is she doesn't think it was anybody random.
So you talked to her after the fact?
Oh yeah, we set up their house with cameras and security.
Yeah.
They had ADT actually before, but
So if they
yeah.
would have had yours, there wouldn't have been any issues, you know?
No, I mean, you
Why
can't
did
really
Nancy
prevent,
have it?
You can't really prevent anything, like.
Yeah, really.
But there's a point where the best thing you could have is what you should have.
Yeah.
Because it's like, if you get something after something happens, it's like crashing your car and then putting the seatbelt on.
Yeah, right.
Doesn't really make too much sense. But yeah, this is my number.
So let me just explain this one more time. So you were in Nancy Guthrie's in January.
What? Hold on. Wait a minute. Wait.
That's she got kidnapped.
So I wasn't at that house.
You were at her caregiver's
I was at her
house.
caregiver's home.
Okay, and so she just said, "Hey, I work for Nancy Guthrie."
Well, so I actually brought it up because when we talk about our tablet, Vivint doesn't call the phone automatically as like the first line of contact.
Yeah.
If there's an emergency. What Vivint does is we actually built in like an OnStar-like feature into the tablet. So if there's like an invasion into the house, our monitoring teams pick up into your panel through the home via audio.
Okay.
So we're able to talk to them. So basically all I told them, I was like, hey, I'm sure you guys heard about the Nancy thing. That's why this feature would help. And they were like, well, yeah, like I know about it. Like I was actually her caregiver.
So, and then what did she tell you? And I know you're standing. Have you seen these things too, by the way?
Oh, I'm out here all day. I'm used to it.
You're used to it? Okay.
Yeah.
Great. You're doing a great job. You're a personable guy here.
We try.
Joe, you just came.
Wait, hold on, 8x7. Wait, what are you doing? Don't let this guy go anywhere. We need to ask more questions. Oh my God, dude, I'm calling this guy. There is no way.
Yeah.
Great. You're doing a great
That's all?
job. You're a personable guy here.
We try.
Joe, you just came.
Wow. So I've been with Solid Security. We don't do service contracts. We'll do your install for free. We'll give you a free doorbell. It's 904-891-2289. He'll put that card on the screen. If you need anything, just shoot me a text. Depending on.
He didn't have no more questions? Why didn't he ask him more questions? Oh, that's a bummer. I have like 1,000 questions right now for that guy.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't go that night.
What's the number?
Still blocked off.
That's
but
crazy.
I'm honestly surprised this house isn't still blocked off.
People are saying they want more info about your interaction.
Yes.
With the caregiver.
Yes.
What else can you say? Because they're wanting to see. They're just curious. You know how people are curious. So what do you? They're asking.
Dates, times. Come on.
They're asking for names. I definitely can't give the name, but
Forget the names. Give us some times and dates.
I guess the most I could give you guys is that she doesn't think it was somebody random.
You said that already.
If you read any headlines or you've seen anything, you can kind of put that together. So yeah, at the end of the day, like she was there every day.
Why wasn't she there?
See, this is the problem. Hold on. This is the problem. What? How many other people out there know more information? This is crazy, bro. This is crazy. I'm losing my mind right now. Where has this guy been the whole entire time? What in the what? This is crazy. Why didn't you say anything months ago? What is wrong with people, dude? That's crazy.
First, was she there?
So it happened, I think it was at like a pretty weird time, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, so she would go during the day and leave at night?
Yeah.
Okay. Did she drive a white car?
I don't remember the color of the
because there
vehicle.
was a car because I was there on the first day, like when it found out. I was, one of the first people on the scene after it was reported, and there was a white car.
Okay.
Parked it in there. Well, if I have any crazy questions that I need to.
What do you mean? We have a lot of crazy questions.
Do you not have a first name?
Bro,
like
he doesn't even.
Well, no, it was like 6 months ago. Oh, because you did it after.
We don't even need. He doesn't even need to be on air. Just call him off air. He can give you that information off air. He never talked to you. Remember, that's crazy. And the number's backwards, so it's kind of hard to read. That's crazy. Where was this guy the entire time, chat? Why is he barely saying something now? How many other people out here know information like this? This is crazy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Older lady? Younger? Older.
Yeah, definitely older.
Okay.
Yeah, gives like grandma-ish vibes.
Grandma vibes.
Yeah, in a way. But also like fully there, like knows what's going on.
Yeah.
Very smart.
Yeah.
Like she's all there.
She was just like a nurse that they knew it wasn't like a company, right? Like they just paid her under the table kind of deal, you think?
I don't know about that.
Yeah.
But yeah, all in all, it in her mind, it wasn't somebody random, and that's really all I can say.
Yeah.
Crazy case. Tucson's a crazy place. They want a bunch of cameras. It can go up to like $69.99. Wow. $79.99.
It's not too bad. All right, guys. I got your number. If you get a crazy call from me,
he must have cut out. His stream must have cut off.
Just guys.
Go up to like Tucson's a crazy place.
Yeah, his stream cut out.
A bunch of cameras.
I bet chat was so angry right there. I bet the chat was furious.
It's not too bad. All right, guys. I got your number. If you get a crazy call from me and I just go, hey, I got to ask you a question, and you don't have to answer.
Yeah. This is my segue. Is this
okay.
like recorded to go walk?
Yeah. Yeah. It'll be live. We're live now. You can rewind it and stuff.
And it's called
857 Tucson.
857 Tucson. Sweet.
I gotta ask you
All
a
right,
question.
go get
some
man.
I
appreciate your time.
Yep.
Good
luck, man. Nice meeting you.
Is this
okay.
like recorded to go walk?
Yeah.
Always hiring.
They're hiring. They're hiring everybody.
Live.
We're live
I'll
now.
train
You can
you,
rewind it and stuff.
or anybody know, and we'll teach you the way.
857 Tucson.
How do I
get a free security out of all this advertising?
Text me.
Yeah? Okay.
Please text him. Text him. Forget the service. Just act like you want the service.
Yeah.
I set up Michael Urban personally.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's sick.
Well, I'm almost to 65,000.
I will literally
myself,
buy
so.
service from
Let's
this
go,
guy
baby.
tomorrow just to talk to this guy. That is crazy information. I don't even think he said he said January. Where does this neighbor live? Hold on, chat. Go back.
Your own thing.
Yeah, the only difference is our cameras record 24 hours a day.
Okay.
And everything records even if internet's out.
Oh, okay. Well, that works.
So,
Everything records even if internet is out.
a lot of the companies like Ring and ADT, they're not bad companies.
Yeah.
But they just rely on Wi-Fi. And
So what if somebody has like a cell phone jammer kind of thing? You guys would still go?
cell phone. So there's an encryption.
Or like a jammer thing, where they can jam the
So the Wi-Fi jammers.
Wi-Fi jammers, yeah.
Yeah, so there's an encryption in the tablet from Vivint.
Okay.
And at the end of the day, we're a tech company, so we just make better and cooler stuff to solve problems that basic companies have.
Yeah.
We're a little bit pricier, but I mean, after something happens and family systems didn't work how they needed it to,
yeah,
that's when we get the call.
You got a card?
Yeah.
Let me throw it up there, and if you guys want to get some security nationwide in America, right?
Yeah.
Anywhere in the States or
Yeah, it's all 50.
All 50.
Yeah,
All right.
so my card, it's actually a digital card.
Oh, damn.
Another guy.
I just got here. We cover all kinds of... We've been covering the Nancy Guthrie case. Have you heard about that?
Yeah, we heard about that before we even got out here like 4 months ago. That's another thing people have talked about.
Yeah.
It's made our job a little bit easier, unfortunately, but
Yeah.
it's a reactive industry, as you can imagine.
So what is your opinion on the Nancy Guthrie? Do you think... Have you looked into it at all, or you just kind of...
If you want to hear something crazy, I set up her caregiver.
What do you mean you set up her caregiver?
So I was in their neighborhood knocking, and just coincidentally, I knocked on her door.
She had a caregiver?
Yeah, so the lady was at the house every day.
Hold on, chat. I am losing my mind. Like, I almost got up, walked away, and came back right now. This is crazy. This is crazy. I can't even process this right now. I thought Annie and Tommaso were the primary providers for Nancy. Okay, yeah, we did have thoughts, and we did talk about the fact that Nancy may have had a caregiver at one point in time. Who is her caregiver? Where does she live? Does she live in the neighborhood? And what more does her caregiver know? And would this guy be willing to give that information away? Not necessarily like where she lives, but at least her name. Maybe at least like a first name. That is crazy to me.
Really? Every day.
When was this?
When did I set them up?
Or when did you meet her caregiver?
Probably about a month and a half, 2 months ago.
And the lady lived there?
Yeah, she lives in Tucson.
Okay.
She knows like the family, like she was there every day.
That is crazy.
But yeah, it's kind of wild. She
knows the family, she was there every day.
I guess the most I could say is she doesn't think it was anybody random.
So you talked to her after the fact?
Oh yeah, we set up their house with cameras and security.
Yeah.
They had ADT actually before, but
so if they would have had yours, there wouldn't have been any issue.
And this is the part that gets me the most. They've had ADT before. Why in the hell don't they have it anymore? What all of a sudden did they just, like, what made them stop, like, having ADT, the best of the best? Apparently, if this is the best, perhaps. He mentioned the fact that it still records even if you don't have any internet. It gets no better than that.
You know.
No, it's. I mean, you
Why
can't
did
really
Nancy
prevent.
have it?
And then as soon as he was going to talk, 857 interrupted. 857, let him talk. Oh my God. This guy, we got to call this guy back, bro. He's got to call this guy tomorrow.
There been any issues.
Literally.
You know.
No, it's. I mean, you
Why
can't
did
really
Nancy
prevent.
have it?
You can't really prevent anything, like.
Yeah, really.
But there's a point where the best thing you could have is what you should have.
Yeah.
Because it's like, if you get something after something happens, it's like crashing your car and then putting the seatbelt on.
Yeah, right.
Doesn't really make too much sense. But yeah, this is my number.
So let me just explain this one more time. So you were in Nancy Guthrie's in January, let's say, because she got kidnapped.
So I wasn't at that house.
You were at her caregiver's
I was at her
house.
caregiver's home.
Okay, and so she just said, "Hey, I work for Nancy Guthrie."
Well, so I actually brought it up because when we talk about our tablet, Vivint doesn't call the phone automatically as like the first line of contact.
That is nuts, chat. And where was the caregiver at the time that she was kidnapped? Like, where was the caregiver? Did she go there that day? Like, why hasn't the caregiver been interviewed, came out, spoke, said anything? We haven't heard nothing from any caregiver. Did you guys remember hearing anything from any caregivers of Nancy's? I haven't heard anything from any caregivers. I've never heard anything about a caregiver, at least one that's spoken out or cared for Nancy, right before she was abducted. They know the family. They said that they're there all the time. What? That's crazy. There must be a gag order on some of these people because, I mean, obviously not if she was able to share this information to this guy who's just some random person there to set up the cameras. These people are just not talking. I'm assuming this guy didn't talk to anybody in law enforcement because the public didn't know about this. As much information that we've dug up in regards to Nancy Guthrie, we've never been able to establish that she had a caregiver in recent times. Now, we were skeptical due to the fact of her having a caregiver at one point in time, but not recently. That makes it a little bit, that changes things a little bit. I mean, and I think Criminal Network was bringing up the gentleman that stopped by and actually asked 857 if he was TMZ. She may have been a caregiver, but she was one. I think that lady was a person that was living in the casita at one point in time. I think, don't quote me on it. Either that or she was a caregiver. I think she was a lady that lived in the casita at one point in time, which is supposedly possibly the mother of the guy who came approaching 857 asking if he was TMZ. Like he was the guy that was like, oh, am I going to be famous? Or I'm going to be famous. Garden says, I know I kept asking if she had a housekeeper and caregiver. I couldn't imagine her keeping the house up by herself. Yeah, me neither. And you know, one of the things that we always keep in mind, especially in the beginning of the investigation, was the fact that they said that the house was immaculate. But once we established that Nancy could only go to the mailbox on a good day, we then knew that somebody had to be keeping the house clean. There's no way that she was able to keep that house clean all by herself, especially if a home was immaculate. I could see an immaculate, like, dusty home because, you know, it's just her living there. So chances are, you know, once her house is clean, there's not going to be too much stuff moved around. It's going to most likely stay how it is because she's the only one living in her home. So I don't think much is going to be moved around unless, you know, Annie and Tommaso's kid comes over and messes up the house. But the kid is a lot older, so I don't really see that happening. And we know Savannah lives in New York, so her kids aren't coming over very often. That's crazy. Starsky continues, says, Troy, there are reasons they don't disclose all information. They might even find something within what they withheld as imperative. Yeah, I mean, but why disclose this information after this amount of time? He was speaking to the woman in January because he was there to set up cameras at her home. I believe. But anybody and their mom would kill to interview this guy if he had any information on Nancy's caregiver. If he came in anyone's chat about the Nancy Guthrie case, someone would have just jumped on that immediately. I don't understand how he doesn't really even know who 857 is. I mean, who doesn't research Nancy Guthrie? You know, it's such a crazy, tragic story that it's kind of hard not to, like, get curious about it. But he seemed like he was, like, filled with information. Like, he really actually, like, knows something. Sunshine Lady says, you send this interview clip to law enforcement or FBI? Now, I don't know about all that, but he definitely knows something. I mean, he definitely knows, not something, like he definitely knows a little bit of something in regards to, you know, Nancy's caregiver. I mean, even when 857 asked him if, I can't remember how he said it, but he replied, "Oh yeah, like, you know, like I think he kind of referred to the fact that if they talked, and he was like, oh yeah, like he kind of implemented that they had a nice long talk about it, you know." That's crazy. That is crazy. It's interesting. Shouts to Allie for sharing that. That's interesting. That guy knows something. Like he's got some information. I don't even think he disclosed all the information that he actually knows. Well, one thing we know he didn't mention was the name and obviously where this person lives. I mean, he's on pretty much, I mean, he's on damn near television, so he can't, you know, share certain confidential information with 857 because he'd probably lose his job in a heartbeat. So I get that. But if we could just at the very least dig up who this person is, it may or may not open some doors. I don't want to get no hopes up, but it may just open up some doors. Starsky says it was stated that Nancy's cameras were not being paid for. Ring cameras shut off every 30 days, then began to film again as new. That is so odd.
Yeah. If there's an emergency, what Vivint does is,
and it's just kind of weird because it almost seems like it was planned for her, you know, for not only the subscription to, you know, after learning this, at least, you know, it almost seemed like it was planned for the subscription to no longer be paid for, but also the fact that at one point in time, I think he was saying that they had, you know, whatever it's called, Vivian or Vivid, whatever it's called, whatever this camera system setup name is. I mean, that's crazy. I'm a little disappointed with that gentleman for holding back on that information for so long. And perhaps, thank God, I mean, 857 was just so happy to be in the neighborhood and ran into this guy. But it's almost like what led him over to 857? Because you see him in the back, like going over to 857 on a scooter. Like he's in the neighborhood on a scooter. So he's obviously just trying to make some sales. If he's in the neighborhood riding around on a scooter, I would assume so. Because he just, you could see him like just rolled up on 857 out of nowhere. Like he didn't even just so happen to, it didn't even look like he was just so happened to be passing by. I mean, he looked like he was like trying to go talk to 857. Vivint, right? Okay. Twin thinks he's gonna lose his job over this. Nah, I think he did right. If he does, that would be then that's gonna spark interest even more due to the fact that we already have a lot of suspicions that we have a tendency to overthink with the Nancy Guthrie case. I think that's gonna be really weird because he didn't disclose any information that he shouldn't have. Besides the fact of him setting up services for Nancy Guthrie's caregiver. He didn't mention her name. We don't know who she is. But if we so happen to find out now, then that may change things. Spring Valley says, I hate to say this, some may get upset, but in my opinion, allegedly, I think Lauren needs looked into. She drives a white car. He said, white car, she knew Nancy, and if I'm not mistaken, allegedly helped. I don't think Lauren and Nancy were friends like that to the point where she would go over to Nancy's and hang out with Nancy. They became close in conversation when Lauren was going through a hard time at one point in her life. And they stayed close over the phone, to my understanding. They didn't really become close as in they hung out with one another. Otherwise, if that was the case, then Lauren would have met, you know, Tommaso and Annie. I don't think she's ever met them, actually. But Lauren was in contact with Annie. They were talking. But they had a miscommunication at one point, and Annie ended up getting upset with Lauren and cutting her off. So don't overthink it too much, because I don't think Lauren really, I'd have to ask her, but I don't think Lauren hung out with Nancy. Twin says, listen again, he said the caregiver had ADT before, not Nancy. Oh, so he's talking about, okay, I thought he meant that Nancy had that, and then at one point in time, okay. No, you're right. I thought, because I was a bit confused because he didn't specifically state who, but he did follow up with that right after he was talking about the caregiver, so that makes sense. That is crazy. Welcome, Misty. Good seeing you in the chat, by the way. He just trying to make money in self-security system. Yeah, he's definitely trying to make a sale for sure. Interesting. Oh, man. I'm so glad he just so happened to be in the neighborhood at the right time. And I mean, the fact that he was able to share some information that we've never heard is crazy. Insane.
We actually...
Good video, especially that part of the video. It's great. I encourage people to go check that one out too.
Do you have any inclination about what a possible motive could be, why this happened?
You know, we like the community and like social media, we have our ideas too, but we'll let the facts of the case show us those things. Right now, we think it's nothing more than a straight up robbery, but we'll keep delving.
Straight up robbery. That's what Sheriff Nanos thinks about the Carlos Ramirez case as we stand today. That was insane, guys. I'm still lost in the sauce. That was really interesting to hear that information. Vodka, big welcomes, by the way. The time DGL stopped to pick up the book in the neighborhood and lady was recording him. I think that was Clay's mom because I looked her up on Facebook and they looked alike. They're all weird. Insane, folks. That was great information. I really am glad I listened to that. Thanks to Allie. I mean, I would have never heard it if it wasn't for her because I was watching earlier. I saw 857 talking to that gentleman, and then I was like, it's nothing. So I kind of turned it off and then went back later. Come to find out, it was actually some good information. So I'm glad I listened to that. Check this out with Ashley Banfield. She's got some great insight too here. So take a listen to this here.
Hey everyone, I'm Ashley Banfield and this is Drop Dead Serious. Thanks so much for being here. Don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already, and thank you if you have. More news in the Nancy Guthrie case. I can't tell you how many people ask me, did they ever find Nancy Guthrie? There's a reason why people don't know or haven't got an update, and it's because we're at 6 months. We're at 6 months since Nancy Guthrie disappeared, and we are no further, arguably, in this investigation than we were on day one. In fact, things are kind of going downhill if these latest reports bear out. And I'm going to talk to somebody who used to be the boss of Sheriff Chris Nanos. Sheriff Nanos worked for my guest today for 3 decades before he became sheriff. And so this boss of Sheriff Nanos has a thing or two to say about what's going on in this case, how they've handled it, where it stands, what he's hearing from his guys, and also what he thinks about Sheriff Nanos and how he's managing and handling this case and what might be happening with the FBI. Because right now, it should be a really good relationship. And, well, when you hear what I'm about to tell you, I don't think that's going to foster any good feelings. So let me start here. My colleague and dear friend Brian Enton has reported something new, and it's weird. Yet again, the FBI agents are in the back of Nancy Guthrie's house. They're behind her house. They've come back again 6 months into this investigation. They are back looking around. Why? Good question. But my guest today actually might have an answer, and it actually does make a bit of sense. So you'll hear that in a moment. And then also this news about the ransom note. Okay, so you probably saw my episode a week or two ago that Sheriff Nanos decided to publish the first 2 ransom notes, at least the notes they believe have the most credibility, tend to believe are real ransom notes from the actual kidnapper of Nancy Guthrie. The first one asked for all the money, give me $4 million by this date and $6 million by that date, or she gets it. And then the second one saying, oh dear, so sorry, didn't realize how sick she was, but she died shortly after we took her and we buried her with nature, and no more requests for money. So that's also probably a good key as to why it's probably real, because if it's a scammer, the scammer wants money. They're not sending notes to say, I'm sorry she didn't survive. They're sending money requests, whether it's the first or the second or the third. And usually there's a lot of immediacy to it. But that second note didn't have any of that. So maybe that's why. Plus the details in the ransom note, Apple Watch, Nancy's Apple Watch, it's white, it's on the floor by her bed. Those are details that are very specific. And so those might be the reasons why they tend to believe those notes were real. So Sheriff Nanos decided to release both of those notes. What I didn't realize at the time was that the Sheriff's Department released the notes unredacted with the Bitcoin wallet address visible to anybody. Now, I didn't see it. It was probably the flash of time in between them releasing it, realizing the folly, and then pulling them back, but a lot of people did. And web sleuths got a hold of those Bitcoin addresses.
This is an interesting video, so we'll kind of skip through here. We're not going to watch the whole entire thing, but we're going to skip in just a second to the part where she interviews the sheriff that Sheriff Daniels used to work for. And as she said, he used to work for this guy for like 30 years before he got to the position that he's actually in. Yeah, guys. I'm going to try to reach out to this guy tomorrow. I'll see if I'll have any luck reaching out to him tomorrow. It is Sunday, so we'll see. Before I do, I'll give, obviously this is 857's doing, he was the person who got his number and had the conversation with him. So I'll probably ask him first out of respect for him to see if he's going to reach out to this guy. If not, I'm definitely going to try to reach out to that guy.
Bitcoin address on the ransom note and checked it out. They went and they looked. And they saw the transaction that happened. And you've probably heard this in much of the reporting in the last 6 months as well, that the FBI actually put some money into that Bitcoin wallet. Just a bit, not much, just a little tickle of the wire. What we did not know is what the FBI did as well as putting a little money in that Bitcoin wallet. And now we do, because Sheriff Nanos' department released the note unredacted with the wallet address, and the sleuths were able to go there. So the sleuthers were able to get in and take a look around that Bitcoin wallet address. And they were able to see not only the transaction, right? The FBI put a little bit of money in there to tickle the wire, but they were also, we knew that, but they were also able to see something else we didn't know. And the something else we didn't know is that the FBI sent a little message. At least it appears it's the FBI that sent the little message to the ransom seekers. And that message was posted as a public message at that wallet address, and it read, "We are ready to pay. Contact us," followed by a link to a private web page. Oh, man. I mean, that is stuff that you shouldn't be getting out in public, right? Now, to their credit, after they screwed up, they realized they screwed up, and the sheriff's department.
Did you guys ever notice that? Real quick, because I think I had heard something about that, but I never figured out exactly specifically what they were talking about. But did you guys ever notice that? I really never took notice of that. Go back real quick.
No, was that the FBI sent a little message. At least it appears it's the FBI that sent the little message to the ransom seekers. And that message was a little Bitcoin wallet address. And they were able to see, sleuths were able to go there. So the sleuth, the wire.
But this explains why people were watching the Bitcoin, because some people somehow got the address, and I was wondering that.
What we did not know is what the FBI did as well as putting a little money in that Bitcoin wallet. And now we do, because Sheriff Nanos' department released the note unredacted with the wallet address, and the sleuths were able to go there. So the sleuthers were able to get in and take a look around that Bitcoin wallet address. And they were able to see not only the transaction, right? The FBI put a little bit of money in there to tickle the wire, but they were also, we knew that, but they were also able to see something else we didn't know. And the something else we didn't know is that the FBI sent a little message. At least it appears it's the FBI that sent the little message to the ransom seekers. And that message was posted as a public message at that wallet address, and it read, "We are ready to pay. Contact us," followed by a link to a private web page. Oh, man. I mean, that is stuff that you shouldn't be getting out in public, right? Now, to their credit, after they screwed up, they realized they screwed up, and the sheriff's department yanked that accidental public posting, unredacted ransom note with the Bitcoin address. They pulled it, and then they redacted it, and then they re-released it redacted. But the damage was done, and that shit was out there, right? And so now sleuthers were able to see the transaction that was actually done to try to, lure those ransom seekers out a little bit, pull them out a little bit, give them a little bit of money just to say, okay, we're here, and here's our message. So, look, that is dumb AF, right? Especially in something this high profile. I mean, we're at 6 months, y'all. We are at 6 months and every single move is scrutinized. Sheriff Nanos has had the shit taken out of him on this. So you would think that every time you push send or enter or whatever, you're triple checking that the T's are crossed and the I's are dotted and that Bitcoin wallet addresses aren't there unredacted. But that happened. Yeah. And so the big question, of course, becomes, are these screw ups happening the way we see them in public? Are they happening at this level where we're not seeing them? You know, behind the scenes in the investigation. Because here we are, y'all. Hi, August 14th, I'm recording this. And she disappeared on February 1st. February, March, April, May, June, July. Halfway through August. Are they any further along? Are they ever going to find out who the hell was on that porch? Who was on her ring cam? Who took her? Who sent those notes? Where is she? Are we any closer?
Crazy.
Or is this Keystone Cops just bungling every move? As it turns out, there's somebody who knows a lot about sort of the work product and the techniques of Sheriff Chris Nanos, because
Yvonne
he was Sheriff Nanos's boss for like 3 decades. So he knows the man behind the badge, and he knows the attitude behind the badge, and he also knows the style of management. And so my guest today is Rick Castigar. He's the former Pima County Chief Deputy. And he's got a thing or two to say about why we are where we are. And that is what seems to be stymied in this investigation. And it comes from the top. It's the fact that people aren't allowed to do their jobs and are being hammered down.
Hey, of the guy, I agree, though. He did put his number out there. It is kind of fair game at the same time. But I mean, either way, I mean, it would be both of us, you know, in regards to, I mean, it's a little bit of both, you know, figuring out some information. I'm just digging a little bit deeper for the guy that gave the phone number to 857.
Every time they try. And so if they're being knocked up against a brick wall every time they try to get through to the other side of the investigation, well, how long is it going to take us to get through or over that wall? Really good answers from Rick Castigar, a long-ranging conversation, including his theory about what may have happened, what happened early on, and whether we're ever going to get answers in this case. Here's our conversation. Rick, thanks so much for being on Drop Dead Serious.
All right, here we go.
Pleasure.
This is where it really gets
right
good here.
in.
We're gonna watch this and then we'll cut off this video here, but it gets real good with this interview. But it's like pretty long, so we're not gonna listen to the whole thing. So we'll skip through it a little bit. But check this out.
One of the most recent headlines in the Nancy Guthrie case is that Sheriff Nanos decided to post the ransom notes, the first 2 ransom notes that came in, post them publicly. And I guess, unfortunately, for the Sheriff's Department, they were posted publicly, unredacted, before the folly of their ways had been recognized and they pulled it back. But it was too late. Online sleuths caught it. They were able to track down the Bitcoin wallet that was the redacted part, and they were able to see the transaction that I'm only guessing the FBI had made, the tickling of the wire, so to speak, but also a public comment, quote, "We are ready to pay, contact us." That seems like a colossal mistake, but I'm wondering if in, you know, the common work of the Sheriff's Department every day, if this is a regular mistake with just big consequences because it's so high profile, or how do you see it?
Well, I certainly see it as a significant mistake, and it continues to amaze me with the number of mistakes this case has generated coming from the Pima County Sheriff's Department. And I attribute this to the leadership of the organization. I've known and worked with Chris Nanos, the sheriff, for over 3 decades. I've seen him micromanage things to the point of creating problems on investigations. His history, interestingly enough, is really just focused on investigations. He's been there for nearly 40 years, and all he's done his entire career has been investigations, and he has a myopic scope of what a police department should run, how it should run, and what it's like. and he involves himself in minutia, and he's he's got people to the point where they're afraid to do what they know best to do because they could be, there may be repercussions.
Yep.
So it troubles me that this Bitcoin address was released. It creates problems for not just the Guthrie family, who now could have an onslaught of people purporting to be involved in the crime, but really have no involvement whatsoever. It takes away an element of the evidence that the investigators can use to establish the integrity of somebody they may catch someday.
Man, I like this guy already.
And determine the Bitcoin address. And now it's out there. So anybody could say, that's mine. And it's problematic. I'm troubled by it. I'm embarrassed by it, Ashley, having put my life's work into that organization. And it's just another example of poor leadership.
I'm curious about what that kind of a misstep does to the relationship between the Pima County Sheriff's homicide investigators and the FBI officers who are working on this case on this joint task force. I mean,
and really, what can you possibly say? What can you say? Because this guy was in your shoes. He was in your shoes. So what can you say now? What can you really say? And then the fact that he lies, it always comes to my mind when he says, well, I'm not used to this, all this media attention. I've never really had like a case this big before, so I'm not used to this. So that was pretty much Sheriff Nanos' excuse for, him coming back and having to correct himself, or, just simply misleading the public, in other words.
I sort of feel like I wish I were a fly on the wall, but man, that really did thwart a lot of what the FBI is trying to do.
Well, there's a number of things that I think your viewers really don't understand with regard to the relationship with this police department and the FBI. And it really stems from its leader, Chris Nanos. A lot of folks don't know this, but back in 2016, we're talking 10 years ago, Chris was appointed as the sheriff. He didn't win the election, but somebody had to run the place, and he was appointed. And during that time, the FBI was conducting an investigation of public corruption, effectively. And they are the ones who are charged with that responsibility. When a police official does something illegal or unethical, the FBI investigates. They were doing that against a couple of individuals in his department, the sheriff's department, Chris Nanos. And Chris had a relationship at the time with the FBI, and he asked them very plainly, and I was there at the time, I remember this, would you please keep me apprised of the progress of this investigation? They said they would. They didn't. He got very angry. And when I say angry, I'm talking about an individual who gets red-faced, flushed, starts to perspire.
Wow.
And it's just so visible, it's kind of troubling. And he became...
Wow. Listen to that again. Listen to that again. He just describes his anger. And it's funny because I would just love to see him interrogated, just to see how he responds and acts. Like, I would love to see how Chris, how he deals with stuff. Like somebody just kind of hide a camera and just purposely piss this guy off to see what his reaction is really like, or a real life situation.
Would you please keep me apprised of the progress of this investigation? They said they would. They didn't. He got very angry. And I met the sheriff investigates. They were doing that against legal with that of public corruption, effectively. And they are the ones who are charged with that responsibility. When a police official does something illegal or unethical, the FBI investigates. They were doing that against a couple of individuals in his department, the sheriff's department, Chris Nanos. And Chris had a relationship at the time with the FBI, and he asked them very plainly, and I was there at the time, I remember this, would you please keep me apprised of the progress of this investigation? They said they would. They didn't. He got very angry. And when I say angry, I'm talking about an individual who gets red-faced, flushed, start to perspire, and it's just so visible, it's kind of troubling. And he became angry at the FBI. He got on the local news here and he said words to the effect, listen, if you guys, the FBI, want to know how to do a police investigation, come see me and I'll teach you how to do a police investigation.
Wow.
That's arrogant and it burns
Wow.
bridges. So Chris has had a long-standing disdain for the FBI. And certainly in this particular case, how many examples could I share with you? The blood was traipsed upon by a news media outlet. The DNA material was sent to a company in Florida who has to get their certification and training from, who else? The FBI. And why not give it to the FBI? What's really sad about this is Chris's ego has gotten in the way of, and has, in my opinion, deflated the integrity of this investigation. And it's troublesome to me. And I've been vocal about it. And some people might say I'm just a sore loser. I'm retired. I don't really have anything to gain here. But it's just sad to see the outcome of this. They, on day 2, when they really understood that Nancy was abducted, they, in my opinion, and if I were the sheriff, I would have done this, I would have turned the case entirely over to the FBI and subordinated the sheriff's department to them, let them handle this case, and we would provide boots on the ground and whatever else was necessary, our investigators, what have you. Chris has not done that to this day. He says they're involved, and yes, they are, but he stifles their ability and he stifles their autonomy in handling elements of this case that he should, but he does.
You know, on that day too, I had a very high-level sheriff's source tell me that they had zeroed in on the brother-in-law and they were considering him as a prime suspect. And then we learned later on that they had seized the brother-in-law and his wife's car. They kept it for, better part of 2 months. They searched their home in the dark of night. Do you have any information from your former colleagues that was the focus of the sheriff's department early on, and that perhaps that was sort of a tunnel vision that stopped them from finding Porch Guy and everything else that we don't know today?
I'm going to address the issue of Porch Guy with you first and then kind of come back to the idea of investigating the family members. The video that was later determined to come from a Google Nest camera was not part of the sheriff's department's consideration. As a matter of fact, they knew she had a camera out front, but she didn't have a subscription to it. In other words, the videos weren't kept in the cloud. So they dismissed any opportunity to find any video on that camera and went about the next thing. Then the next thing became, we got to look at the family. Now, cops out there who might be listening to me will understand completely. You don't rule out any potential here. And we don't know who's committed this crime. I have some theories. We can talk about that in a little bit. But it wasn't until the FBI got on board with Chris's permission, of course, that they're the ones who went to Google and said, hey, have you deleted this stuff yet? Could we check and see? And they did. And lo and behold, here we got a bad guy, all gooned up in his attire, wearing double gloves and a mask, and walking into that porch knowing where the camera was. And I say that with emphasis because that tells me this was a sophisticated abduction. It involved people, and I think more than one, who did preparatory work to take Nancy for money. And the sheriff's department was doing what they needed to do, Ashley, in look at the brother-in-law, look at the family members, look at people who worked at the house, any of those things. If she had a cleaning lady or a pool person or those folks, you got to look at all that. And I get that part of it. But there were parts of this that were dismissed. I'll give you another example. the blood that was found on the porch. That scene.
You know, one thing that bothers me, and I got to go back again. One thing that bothers me is I hate the way people describe a certain situation, but it's like they're sugarcoating it to the point where they just don't want to blatantly just simply say exactly like what their thoughts are. Like it's kind of like he's first of all, we could tell he's very frustrated. He's angry with you know how the situation all went down. But why is everybody so like? Why does everybody like from reframe and like kind of push back from just blatantly saying things? Like what I'm saying is I think people want to really actually say, look, I think Sheriff Daniels really has something to do with this. Like, why are people so afraid to just simply just say that? Because to me, that's what he's saying. Like he's describing all these things. He's sophisticated, you know, he's got this experience like no other. That, you know, like who else would this experience come from besides somebody that could probably possibly be in law enforcement? You know, who other, you know, other than somebody in law enforcement would be capable of pulling this off so well? I feel like it's like they kind of retract from saying that when just say it, because you're already saying it. You're so close to saying it, you might as well just say it.
Abduction. It involved people, and I think more than one, who did preparatory work to take Nancy for money. And the sheriff's department was doing what they needed to do, Ashley, in look at the brother-in-law, look at the family members, look at people who worked at the house.
Good point, Carolina.
If she had a cleaning lady or a pool person or those folks. You got to look at all that. And I get that part of it. But there were parts of this that were dismissed. I'll give you another example. The blood that was found on the porch. That scene was opened up to effectively the public. And members of the press were standing in blood splotches on the porch. As a matter of fact, News Nation was the first one to put their camera down and go, oh, looky here. And it was only after that, and that made national news, that the sheriff's department went back and said, clumsy us, we got to close this scene down, which they did. And then they...
Why on earth? With your background, I was absolutely flummoxed by this. On Monday, which effectively is just about 36 hours or so after Nancy vanished, Chris Nanos had opened the scene, stopped the search, and said there's nothing to be concerned about in the community. Why would anybody make those comments? And I don't want to I don't want this to be sort of a let's pile on him, but what would be the thinking behind somebody who would say, we closed the scene, there's nothing to be concerned about, and we've stopped the search?
I'm going to give you an opinion. And you asked me why. And it's very simple, because I know the personality. It's because I say so, I'm in charge, and you do what I tell you.
See, I don't like the way everybody like they say that, but why hasn't it ever come to mind that it's more than just you do what I say so? I'm in charge. I make the calls here. It's my case. Why isn't why isn't there any more than that that makes him act like this? Besides the fact that he's just simply in charge. There has to be more than that. It can't be just the fact that he's just simply in charge. To me, I don't get that part. I mean, I get that part, but I don't think that that's all. I don't know.
That's why.
Had to have an underlying reason, though.
Well,
what
there is no reason. They closed off that house multiple times and went back and searched the area multiple times and they found things after the fact. What's intriguing to me is law enforcement responds to a case like this. Somebody's missing, they're elderly, and she was infirmed. We all know that. And what we learned from the family was she was bright. She had her mental faculties in place. She was not, succumbing to any kind of mental disability. So they did the right thing by enacting a search for her. That's the correct thing to do, because that's one of the first things you do. You go outside the house, you look around the yards, the front yard, backyard, footprints, trails, wherever they might consider she could have wandered off to. Why? Because 9 times out of 10, when you're dealing with an elderly person who's missing, they've walked away. So they answered that question on a search initially. They went back and they had, as we may recall from news reports, evidence in the bedroom, unspecified, evidence on the front porch, specified, blood, and of course, eventually a ring camera, or excuse me, a Nest camera video of some guy approaching the front door. It became clear within day 2 or 3 that this was an abduction, at least to me, from the outside looking in. And yes, maybe I'm hypercritical, but it was clearly an abduction. The conclusion the sheriff's department came to was, yes, but we have to consider all possible avenues. Family's one of them. Workers, friends, neighbors, church where she went. Did somebody have some vindictive reason to do this? We don't know those things initially. It became clearer and clearer as the investigation progressed. So there were a lot of mistakes made, and as I told you just before I started speaking 2 minutes ago, I see this clearly as an egocentric decision.
Yeah, but my thing is, okay, so there's a lot of mistakes made throughout an investigation, and a big one at that, a national investigation. At what point throughout this investigation do you consider these mistakes to be intentional, though? That's the thing for me. Why is it constantly overlooked after so many mistakes? No one's assuming that these are intentional besides the public. No one amongst the FBI has been curious enough to investigate this guy and try to get to the bottom of it, for all we know. But I felt like if somebody behind the scenes in the FBI that just has nothing to do with this case could have conducted their own investigation to figure out whether or not Sheriff Nanos may possibly have something to do with this, or there's a specific reason that he's literally trying to just cover this thing up, or trying to maybe cover it up for somebody. I don't know why I've always felt that way. But anyway.
Decision maker and a leader who won't let his team, who's talented, take the reins and do the things that they know how to do.
Can you weigh in on why even now, 6 months later, Brian Enton from News Nation reports that the FBI was back outside of Nancy Guthrie's house, behind the house. 6 months later, what could possibly bring agents back to that scene?
Well, they're now in the process of following up on tips. And as you may recall, there were thousands of tips that came in because tens of thousands. This got such.
So this part is interesting. Listen to this part, chat.
Tips. And as you may recall, there were thousands of tips that came in because tens of thousands. This got such widespread coverage, exposure nationally and internationally. And some of those tips may include, I'm not privy to them, but may include things that would cause law enforcement to go back and look at certain areas. You may recall, just a few weeks after she was abducted, and there was at least one ransom request, they went back to the house and they discovered gloves all around, not all around, but in various places around the property or just off the property. That's interesting. It turns out the DNA testing on those particular gloves were from the investigators or the search and rescue folks or people known to the sheriff's department to be involved in the investigation. That's sad because it's careless of an investigator to do that. It contaminates a potential crime scene, and it's problematic. But
So real quick, I've always thought the glove situation was intentional. I've never really thought that someone just dropped those gloves off on accident. I just don't see that being possible. Even if you take the person because we had a lot of people at that time that lacked experience. And even if you take somebody with lack of experience, they're not dumb enough to do something like that. And I don't even work for the FBI, nor am I, have really too much knowledge when it comes to, investigating as somebody who worked for law enforcement, but I do have enough knowledge as a bystander to not even so much as risk contaminating a scene that's already been contaminated in the first place to even make it more difficult, due to the fact that there's already been several people who have been searching the entire area, not once, I mean numerous amount of times. I wouldn't be dumb enough to leave a glove out there anywhere, knowing that we haven't even had a search at one point in time that's happened. And even if so, there's a chance that, something could have been missed because it's so much terrain out there. It's just all these things you could take into consideration and not do anything like that. Not only that, we did surpass a time where we just didn't have enough manpower because, which he's going to mention right now, Sheriff Nanos is the reason why we lost all the manpower that we had. We had 400 plus FBI and detective and all kind of people out there at one point in time, searching, just trying to dig up information in regards to Nancy.
Tribute the FBI going back there just recently in the last couple of weeks to following up on tip number 4,612, whatever it may be. They've got to pursue this. Somebody asked me recently, do I think that this is a cold case? And the answer is absolutely not. There's so many tips they got to follow through on, and it takes dogged police work. It takes effort. And you have to rank the tips by the extent to which they're credible, and by the extent to which somebody may or may not know something that makes some sense. Another example. The sheriff's department, within a few days after she was abducted, were asking the neighbors, have you got Ring video or door camera video in place on a week before she was abducted? Do you have anything that looked weird? Can you look at your Ring video and see if there's any trucks or vehicles in the neighborhood? They did that because they had some information that there may have been a suspicious vehicle in that neighborhood the week before she was abducted. And I don't know if they discovered any video that offered them any really evidence. I think I saw one where you see a car kind of leaving quickly down the street, but that was really
And I
kind
think
of
they
it.
dispensed with that one.
Yeah. And some of the evidence, of course, I'm not privy to. Although I have people within the organization that have called me, and they too often, and ask for some input. And I'm in a position right now, having been retired, that I have no authority or responsibility to be involved in this at all. Notwithstanding all of that, Ashley, it's a complex case. There have been mistakes made, and it's my opinion they're attributable to the one guy who's running that organization.
Well, let's talk about our friends in the business, because I've worked at lots of places and I maintain great relationships with people at other networks where I've worked, CNN, MSNBC, Fox, all over the place. I've got pals and I always call them and I always get the skinny. And I'm wondering what your former colleagues at the Pima County Sheriff's Department are saying to you. What's the vibe right now about this case?
Well, there's not really any specificity that they're giving to me related to the case itself and the investigation. But I do hear from many, not one, not two, but many, who are afraid to make a move and do what they're trained to do or do what they're talented to do because of the micromanaging sheriff, who will not allow his staff to do what they need to do without reprisal. And he has a reputation.
But why? What good logical reason would he not, or what good reason would he want, his staff to not, do what they need to do? I don't get that. We'll skip through here.
Lady in it. So, national attention. And where else would you go? It's a 90-minute drive down to the Mexican border. And by the time that you get there at 1, 2, or 3 in the morning, nobody's aware that Nancy's missing at that time. You can cross into Mexico without any concern whatsoever. One of the first things I think should have been done, and I don't, to this day, I don't know that that's happened, but I would have sent investigators down to the border and gone to each checkpoint and look at the video feed around the time zone, parameters we're looking at from her abduction, and see if a car went across with a man and an elderly lady in it. So you don't know that. And I don't know if that's happened. The FBI would be critical in attaining that because there are federal agencies involved in securing the border. There's also another little anomaly in Pima County. As I mentioned, this county is 9,200 square miles. This is a big county. And a large portion of that is juxtaposed to the Tohono O'odham Indian Reservation Nation. And they are an autonomous nation. And they have free access to and from the Mexican border. In other words, those citizens of that nation may traverse into Mexico and back into the United States unimpeded. There's no problem. They have that autonomy to do that. Could a person with a kidnapped lady in a car go down there and cross at that point? That's a 2-hour drive instead of 90 minutes down Interstate 19. So, yes, and I think that's a plausible explanation. I also think that that's a location where you're not under a microscope seeing the national attention that this thing got. Everybody in their neighborhood became aware, and if some guy's holding an older lady, they become aware of it. She's got needs. She's got medical needs. Could they be addressed in Mexico? Yeah. Could they have a locale in Mexico where they could put her? Yeah. If you took the preparation to set that up. Anyway.
I want to ask you about something else that recently happened, and that is that Sheriff Nanos, and I don't even know where we are on this chain of events, but originally he cleared the family members, and then he later waffled on it, and then made sure he was clear again that they're cleared. But just in the last few weeks, I'm recording this on August 14th, he said just because you're cleared, these are my words, but effectively his message was just because you're cleared doesn't mean you didn't do it. And I don't understand what that means.
That's a way of just leaving the possible doors all open, and you don't exclude any potential. That's what that means. It's analogous to him saying that he was asked directly, do you think Nancy's alive or that she's passed? And his response was, why would I dash any hopes of the family? And why would I give that opinion if it's going to affect the family? That's actually a self-serving comment. And the family doesn't want to know what you think or what you think you should be saying to them. They want to know what the investigators with the talents and the skills and the ability and the knowledge of what's going on with this case, they want to know what you think directly, not indirectly, not some sugar-coated, well, I don't want to dash their hopes. No, we all have compassion for the family. We all are hoping and praying for the best outcome. But I'm sure that the Sheriff's Department has some feeling about her situation at this point. And it's the same one I have. And I sadly think that she has passed and that those that abducted her don't have a bargaining person or chip anymore. And I don't mean to downgrade Nancy, but they don't have that. So what do? And it seems to me that, if she passed because of medical needs or what have you, you got to speak what you honestly think rather than try to sugarcoat it. I guess that's what I'm saying. So to get back to your original question, we're not going to dismiss anything as just a blanket, broad brush comment to keep the doors open for everything. And that's what he's doing.
Rick, what are your thoughts about the specificity in the ransom note about the Apple Watch charging on the floor at the foot of Nancy's bed? That to me just was a alarm bells went off, because first of all, how would anybody know? And it must have actually been there for them to have taken that seriously. And what woman would have her Apple Watch on the floor of her bed. Normally you charge it on your nightstand, especially if you're 84. Like that to me was a very unique detail.
I would agree with you. There's two sides to that. Well, first of all, if you're 84 years old and you have some physical limitations, putting it on the floor may not be the best idea. You got to bend over to deal with it. And as I get older, I realize that myself. Regardless, that specific information having been released in the demand is a little bit, it's kind of like a two-edged sword. I'll tell you why. You don't want to release everything you know because you want to have some parts of this investigation that only the bad guy knows and the good guys know. And the watch being on the floor and the color of the watch and all of that information could be something that could put validity to a person you're interviewing at some future date who you believe is the bad guy. You know, what did the room look like? There may be all kinds of questions you ask. And if that person were to spontaneously say, well, yeah, her watch was on the floor and the color of it was white and we stepped around it when I took her out, that then indicates to the investigators that they know this guy had to have been in that room. Now that's out to the general public. So the other side to this two-edged sword is they've released a critical piece of information, along with the Bitcoin address, as we now know. They released this critical information that I think they should have withheld so that they could use that to determine the validity of a purported individual saying, I did it. And we already know that what happens there, people come forward and say, I'm the bad guy. Look at me. This is my opportunity to be a bozo on social media and in the press. I did it. And it's confounding to me. I can kind of understand part of the reasoning behind wanting to put that out, even in its raw form, because they wanted to express the writing style of the individual. There seemed to be a level of deference that the person who wrote that towards the family, with nature now, those kinds of soft approaches to addressing what they're saying happened. And that has a unique point of that could be added to a psychological profile of a bad guy, and whether the person is empathic or not, and or empathetic, I should say. So this is kind of an interesting way to resurface some of the critical elements in this case. I would hope and pray that the sheriff department has details and evidence that they're not going to release whatsoever, so that they then can do differentiation between who's the person telling the truth and who's making this up.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I imagine that at 84, you're not charging your watch on the floor, but that in a struggle, that watch may have dropped, and that person may have actually known that detail and been able to include it, which gives that, ransom note a lot of credibility. Rick, it's really good to talk to you. Thank you so much for your insight, and also thank you for your decades of service.
Well, thank you kindly. It was a pleasure.
Good interview. And quick question, guys. Off topic. Can you tell, because I was thinking about the gentleman that 857 was talking to. I think Allie was asking too. Can you tell what the cameras look like when somebody has the cameras from, is it Vivid? Is it called Vivid, right? Or something like that? I think it's Vivid. Like, do the cameras look different than Nest cameras? I don't know. That's a really good question. I think they do. So perhaps we drove through the neighborhood. Would we be able to tell if somebody had Vivid versus like Nest camera, if you're someone who's really good at cameras, or if we just did research and we kind of tried to understand the difference between the two based on what they look like? Vivid camera versus Nest camera. I wonder if there's a difference. They kind of look similar, to be honest. So, well, I can't tell because I don't know who it's by. Is Vivid made by Nest? I would assume not. I think it would be very hard to tell unless you like get up close. Like to see the name Vivint, right? Oh, Vivint. I think that's the name, Vivint. Vivint. Oh, they do look different. Interesting. They actually look they look much more unique than some of these cameras, but I don't know about the Ring camera part of it. The Ring cameras are always going to look very similar, but the actual like surveillance, the cameras that surveillance the home, do those look different? Am I muted? I'm not muted. Or the outrage probably needs to reset. I don't think I'm muted. I think I'm good. I haven't muted one time tonight. My bad. It was a commercial. Yeah, I was like, what? So yeah, you know, for the Vivint cameras, are they? I don't know if anybody in the chat owns one, but are those much different than, you know, actual cameras like the ones that Nest makes or the ones that, you know, Google? Well, Google is Nest. What are some other providers? Oh my God, I can't remember the name. But just other cameras in general versus Vivint. Gonzo said he never got paid, so never spent any of the chances of catching through Bitcoin wallet dropped 90%. Very true. Very true. I wonder what, and I always wonder with the Nancy Guthrie case, you know, what would have even been the outcome of this case, or what would have been the outcome of, or chances of Nancy even coming back had they even paid it initially? You know, and I just can't imagine, as I always say, you know, how regretful Savannah would be because she didn't pay that money. And we know right off the rip, no one else in the family could come up with even half of that money besides Savannah. And that's one reason why we knew that the ransom notes were directed directly at Savannah. And it even states in her name, like in the beginning, it even states her name. Like that's the first word that comes out of this person's mouth for the most part in the letter. That's almost the first thing mentioned besides hello, Savannah. I mean, it's automatically, you know, with the ransom notes that they're literally automatically, you know, that it has something to do with Savannah off the rip. No doubt in my mind that it's because of Savannah that happened to her mom, and it wasn't because of Savannah in a bad way. It's because well, we don't know that, but I mean, because of the fact that they know that she has a substantial amount of income because of her line of work, we already knew right off the rip that it had everything to do with Savannah and nothing to do with any other siblings, in a sense of why somebody would have taken it. Whether or not it was family trying to get some money out of her, that's different. You know, because I could very much so see, you know, Annie Tommaso doing this just to come up with a lump sum, just because of jealousy. You know, family members get jealous all the time. So I could imagine, you know, that happening, you know, and that be them out of jealousy do something like that, and they made a good plan, that they thought was a good plan that turned out to be a bad plan. And then that point, it was a cover up. But I could also see that on top of them getting someone else involved to assist to be able to get the job done. Let's say perhaps Sheriff Nanos, you know, he hires one of his employees besides himself, because you know, why wouldn't it be better to hire somebody, you know, in his, you know, vicinity as far as the employees that he has to get the job done? And I'm just saying, and it's just for theory, food for thought. You know, what better idea would that be? You know, what better idea could you possibly come up with come up with, perhaps, Andy and Tommaso, or Tommaso knows Sheriff Danos, and he gets in touch with him. Hey, I got a good idea to bring in some good money, but it's something you might not want to do. He shares that idea with him. It goes on for months, weeks, and then finally he gives in. Like, peer pressure is a mug, it really is. And then finally, maybe Sheriff Danos comes up with this good idea, good plan. Like, yeah, let's do it. I got the perfect guy who would be really willing to actually do it. Because the only person I see really pulling this off is somebody in law enforcement, because law enforcement is the only person that really would know who. I'm sorry, they would be the only people to know who, what the FBI or any person in law enforcement looks for. And even if they, things go wrong, he could have been overwhelmed at the fact that they weren't able to pull this off. They weren't going to get any money because it wasn't going the way that they wanted it to go. So him getting lazy and not wanting to follow through with the process could have been like, let's just go ahead and look past the blood, whatever. Just overlook the blood, act like it's not there, blah, blah, blah. Who cares? This will all die down eventually. Lo and behold, he got the worst end of the stick because the case became national. And lo and behold, it was a very national news outlet that discovered the blood, which didn't help the situation even more, which was News Nation. I don't know. Maybe so, but I just don't see anybody better than law enforcement that could pull this job off. Otherwise, somebody in law enforcement had to coach like a bystander up to doing this, or, coach him on how to do this. But normally when you do that, I think it would take a long time to get somebody, coached up to do it properly and not make a mistake. So, I mean, I just truly see it being law enforcement. And whether or not it was Sheriff Danos, I doubt that. I question that. But somebody of his, his little clique or whatever, I've always felt that was the more possible thing that occurred in this situation. I don't know why, but I just do. And I'm probably wrong, but it just sounds more. It just sounds like it's something that is more doable than anything else I've really heard. I still question the fact whether or not that it was part of the cover-up, meaning that she never made it home. They just wanted to make it look like, she made it home that night and maybe buy themselves more time. I don't know. My head spins when I think about that, but I don't know. Anyway, hey, much love. Shouts to Australia, Sherry. Big welcomes from Australia. Actually, let me pull something up with guys. By the way, we got 550 people tuning in, 53. If you haven't given the video a thumbs up, please do. I know some people probably forgot. Hello, yeah, you give it a thumbs up. I need y'all to do that for me. That way we could get this stream out there for other folks to discover. Share it if you don't mind. But we would definitely want to help the algorithm. Or it helps the algorithm. So by you liking it, you will help that algorithm for sure. So please give the video a thumbs up and subscribe. If you're new to the channel and you have not subscribed yet, by all means, please do. I'll look into that though. I want to see if the Vivint cameras are different from any other cameras. That would actually be interesting to look at in the neighborhood. And I wonder if there were neighbors that actually, now I'm questioning whether or not there were neighbors that owned or had this specific brand of camera and they were one of the few that refused to give up their camera footage or lied and said that they didn't pay for this subscription either. In reality, we learned later that this specific camera system still records with or without you paying for the subscription. Interesting. And I also wonder if the FBI would have did the necessary work to even confirm whether or not certain cameras, like what come with certain camera companies. I would only hope so, because I would, as somebody investigating something. But at the same time, you can't expect them to investigate something while they're investigating, I guess. I would. I mean, I'd hold them accountable for every damn thing I could possibly think of. But that's just me. So anyway,
Talking to you.
on another note, we don't have a whole lot of time. I wanted to share a little bit of this interview here with Nolan Wells. We're going to switch it up here to Nolan Wells. I know a lot of you guys are not as interested in the Nolan Wells as you guys are interested in the Nancy Guthrie case. However, there have been very interesting things trending with the Nolan Wells case, and I wanted to play this interesting video by Mr. Kish. Big Kish is the name. I'm starting to realize how much I love playing TikTok videos on stream, because some of these videos are dang good that these people are putting out. That pink lady, or whoever she is, she got banned. I think she's still doing her thing, but she did get banned just the other day. I think it was like sometime last week. Also, somebody pointed out something very, very interesting with Officer Tatum and the lawyer. He stated that this lawyer is not only advertising his company, but he's advertising and I know Brandon Tatum's going to eat him up for this, because he goes at everybody's video that goes viral that talks about him. So this lawyer, I'm sorry, not this lawyer, this guy, I don't know if he's a lawyer, but he realizes that Brandon, the lawyer of one of the boys that, the lawyer of the boys that are being represented by, is advertising Brandon Tatum's bottle. So he thinks Brandon Tatum is just doing all this for money, for the most part. So I'm gonna roll the clip right now. This is a very interesting clip. I gotta roll this one, along with some other ones, but very interesting clip. As you guys know, Nolan Wells' birthday was on the 19th. He would have been 19 years old. By the way, much love, Rachel. I appreciate the $20 super chat. She says, appreciate your content. Chat is lovely. Thanks to Juice. Much love, Rachel. I appreciate that. God bless you for that as well. And thanks for all the jewels, by the way. I think that was my only super chat tonight. Much love, Rachel. So, as you guys know, I mean, Nolan Wells would have been 19 on the 19th. Shouts to Nolan Wells, RIP Nolan Wells. Sad situation. Unfortunate. We still haven't got to the bottom of it. I know. I haven't really been seeing like a lot of people that have been supporting the Nancy Guthrie case, talking about the Nolan Wells case. So there's a lot of people that really don't talk about the case that have been talking about or covering the Nancy Guthrie case, besides Brian Ensign, and he covered it the other day. And he stated that Nolan Wells' phone still hasn't been examined, and the secret that it could hold, but we'll probably say that for another day. That was like 3 days ago. Nolan Wells' mom and his father had sat down for an interview on the Jamal Bryant podcast. One thing I do find a little disturbing, I have to say, that I don't like, because we don't know yet until we still get to the bottom of this, is the fact that the mom is pushing for justice for Nolan Wells, and she has every right to, because she's entitled to believe what she wants to believe. However, we don't know if the outcome is going to be justice, because we still don't know what is yet to be determined based on what really truly happened to Nolan Wells. We have no idea. But I can say I am more leaning in her direction based on everything that has happened. I guess I am starting to more so feel like something did go wrong, and they're just not saying. And we'll get there. But check this video out real quick here with the Nolan Wells case here. This video is rather interesting here based on what this guy on TikTok had said.
I be telling us, look, we got to do this together, y'all.
How does young men who we don't really have any evidence that committed a crime, how do they get painted as criminals? How do they get painted as being responsible for the death of a person that was considered their friend?
By putting you on the case. For real, that's like someone accused of SA and then turning him Republican. It's pretty much an admission of guilt. For real, why are you even on the case? You're not a cop anymore, Anthony Anderson, who would never be in Blackish. You asked, how do they get painted as criminals? How do you paint them innocent? All you are doing is defending those kids. You're interviewing them. You're pretty much their spokesperson. And just like with Sonia Massey, George Floyd, and everyone else, you're lying about this case. You said those kids took polygraph tests. Now you were checked and proven wrong by Nancy Grace. But here's her interviewing the kid's lawyer.
Have your clients taken polygraphs?
Nancy, my clients have not taken a polygraph test.
Now this guy here is a boy's lawyer. His name is Tyler Cox. Of course it's Tyler Cox. Now what does this lawyer want you to see? Advertisement for his business called Cox and a bottle. The only two things he's advertising, his business and another business. Now if you zoom in, you'll clearly see it's a bottle of Verdict bourbon. And he's been doing interviews all over, and he always has that bottle of bourbon behind him. Now, here's Brandon Tatum's podcast. What do you see? I see Verdict bourbon, right? Verdict bourbon is owned by Brandon Tatum. What a coincidence! So you don't think it's a conflict of interest for someone to market your product, who's also the lawyer of the white boys that you are protecting and painting innocent? Now I'm positive Brandon Tatum's gonna have a weak ass excuse. Yeah, when I met him, I gave him a bottle because Verdict, he's a lawyer, Verdict, you know. But if the lawyer had any brains at all, he would see how this would look. By the way, you're defending those kids, Brandon. I wouldn't be surprised if they were drinking Verdict bourbon on the boat. Please threaten to sue me again, Brandon. Let's take this shit to discovery.
I just received.
Man, that was just great. I liked his take on that. That was very, very interesting. Super interesting. I like his take. But anyway, we're gonna get in a little bit to the Nolan Wells here. Like I said, there's been some rather interesting videos that I think people might need to take a little look at on some of these videos that have been presented to us. And I think some, there's sometimes some of these photos, or one photo in particular, there is a bunch of life jackets around at one point in time, which somebody points out in one of these videos. I don't know if it's this particular one. Let me actually see if I can pull this up real quick. But everybody's standing around the boat. No one's standing center on the boat. And at one point in time, there's a bunch of like life jackets around the boat or in the middle of the boat, which is weird. I was thinking, chat, what if he was taken back to Horn Island, and he was so let's just say this: what if he was actually on the boat? And remember, they have several stops, okay, or a stop too many, in my opinion. And they do go to Fort Bayou twice. So what if? And by the way, they do not show the footage of them returning to the main dock, but they show the footage of them leaving, which is very suspicious, if you ask me. But what if that night they went back and dropped off Nolan Wells near the island, and days later he washed back up on that very island that they were, having a good time on? My thing is, how would he wash back up on that specific islet? Because they said his body washed up to shore. But they say when somebody's thrown in the water or they drown in the water, the body ends up floating out to shore and then floating back in at some point. I don't know exactly how that works. And in this situation, it seems like it's very much so possible. Andrew Tatum, or Brandon Tatum, I'm sorry, he interviewed one of the guys from the Cajun Navy, and he had a couple interesting things to say as well.
This message in my
I liked what he had to say. Nothing really that stuck out too suspicious, but I think it was a rather interesting video that I encourage people to go check out with Brandon Tatum. I think it was a good interview with the Cajun Navy, and he highly supports Christine and her decisions. Just a really, really respectful guy from my opinion.
Then I got a call. I got a call from Miss Christine. Christine called me up. I'm thinking it was 7:30-ish, 7:45 that morning.
July the 4th?
It'd be early morning, July 5th. And basically what she told me is that her son had gone out the day before, that on the 4th, with a bunch of his friends. That's key.
There was an initial request or an offering up of cadaver dogs to search one of the boats, I guess one of them that Nolan may have been on, and that was presented and it was rejected by Benjamin Crump.
What I told the lead attorney was, I've got the dogs, you get the permission. What she said was, we'll have to really think about it. We didn't understand that if there's no alert, that means nobody.
Nolan Wells, what a story. What a story. Let's get into this one.
As the case moved on, I believe their level of engagement was appropriate because they knew this case is under a microscope. Everybody's out there watching. It's international news.
And I want to just ask you a personal opinion about this, because one of the elements that we've been trying to get out to the world is because this has turned into a racial dynamic. And just on your experience, I don't know, how long have you been living in this area, or, living in Mississippi around this Ocean Springs?
So I live in Louisiana, about an hour and 20 from Ocean Springs. All my life, 30 plus years. Getting old.
And you got a big old gray beard.
Right.
being in that area your whole life, or a majority of your life, do you notice any real racial tension? And I say real, I'm saying just from you, in your opinion, is there a element of racial tension? And
that is the commander of the Cajun Navy.
The Louisiana area or near Horn Island and the Ocean Springs area that you have personally experienced?
So there's this perceived element of racial tension in the South, right? Let's call it the South as a whole. I personally have not had any or observed any gross racial tensions whatsoever prior to this. I think that this case is exacerbated. There's
okay, he's lying. I don't even want to hear that part. He's definitely lying.
One on there. She explained the concern about them cleaning the vessel. I can pretty much guarantee they didn't clean the vessel with the necessary chemicals or the process that needs to be cleaned. And then that was
this is the part I want to hear, though.
Here's, I've offered them cadaver dogs, right? So these are 3.
Hold on, we got to go back here just a bit.
To do with it, without a doubt. And that's my opinion.
Back.
Just know that I'm here for you 110%. If you need a shoulder to cry on, somebody to call, whatever it is, I'm here. Got to thank you, which is all I expected. But what I did was watch lengthy communications turn into emojis or the little heart and then thank yous. And it's fine. It's the natural progression of the way the relationship was. But I do feel that outside influence had something to do with it, without a doubt. And that's my opinion, right? So it's unfortunate, a young man lost his life.
And there's this issue with the cadaver dog. I don't know the full details of this, but I'm under the assumption, I hope you can clarify this for me, is that there was an initial request or an offering up of cadaver dogs.
Yeah, Florida
one
RT.
of the boats, I guess one of them that Nolan may have been on. and that was presented and it was rejected by Benjamin Crump. Are you associated with that, or can you explain that? Do you have more information than I do about this?
Sure. So I was the one who offered the cadaver dogs.
Oh, okay.
I had a conversation with the lead attorney. I had a conversation with the lead attorney, Liza Park. I'd been trying to reach him for a couple days, and I left message. Couldn't do it. I asked Christine, give me a phone number. I need to talk to somebody. So I sent a text message on, I believe it was the 13th, got a read, no response. And I called that next day on the 14th, had about a 24-minute conversation, but I offered up the services of the cadaver dogs, right? So
Yanni, thanks so much for stopping by. I hope you have a good rest of your night.
these are human remain detection dogs.
Nana,
and I told him, I said, hey, look,
well.
I've offered them to the sheriff's department, but I'm offering the service to you as well. And here's how it plays out. Those dogs can go to the boat, they can do a search on that boat, and if they alert on that vessel, and they alert as they're working to smell for a cadaver, there's more than likely a pretty big chance that there was a body on that boat. But if those don't alert, it's just the inverse. There may not, and it's a pretty good chance that there wasn't one on there. She explained the concern about them cleaning the vessel. I can pretty much guarantee they didn't clean the vessel with the necessary chemicals or the process that needs to be cleaned. And then that was reconfirmed when I went and spoke to the young men as well, because they told me how they cleaned the boat. And they said, man, Josh, all we did was spray it down with fresh water, because that's a common practice whenever you remove a vessel from salt water. Just spray it down, get the solvent, and go there. But what I told the lead attorney was, if you would like these services, we'll provide the resource, we'll provide the dogs.
I
You're
agree,
gonna have to get
Sarber
the
Snow.
permission. If it's a warrant, if it's you just asking for permission to look at that vessel, that's on you, not on us. I've got the dogs, you get the permission. What she said was, we'll have to really think about it. We didn't understand that if there's no alert, that means nobody. So
That's pretty. I mean, what do you think about? I mean, what do you think about that? Was that when she said that, was that suspicious to you, or was it just maybe somebody that don't understand how this process works, or how did you feel about that? And it's just an opinion or a hunch of how you felt, because when you said it just now to me, it's kind of weird that you're looking for Nolan. If I was Nolan's friend, I mean, I don't even know Nolan. Knowing what I know about Nolan right now, there is no stone that would be left unturned for me. And so with the cadaver dog potential, how did you interpret that?
So I interpreted as there were concerns that the dog wouldn't alert. That was my interpretation. No alert, no body, right? So of concern, because they were looking to try and find the last location of Nolan. It was a red flag. But here's what else I said. When I gave her a little piece of advice, me not being an attorney, but just a common
Go back, listen to what he just said.
Of concern, because they were looking. That was my interpretation. As there were concerns that the dog wouldn't alert. That was my interpretation. No alert, no body, right? So of concern, because they were looking to try and find the last location of Nolan. It was a red flag. But here's what else I said. When I gave her a little piece of advice, me not being an attorney, but just a common sense kind of guy, I said, why don't you ask the family, because I can't give you permission to search your boat. Why don't you ask the people who own the boat, say, hey, we want to run a cadaver dog on it. If they say, sure, no problem, that'll tell you something. But if they say no, right? So we never were returned. I never personally got an email or a call back, hey, let's use those dogs. They could have went out somewhere else and used some other dogs. The conversation was that. But I will say this. 2 weeks later, the sheriff, Jackson County Sheriff's Office, did ask me to bring some cadaver dogs for another case that's in Ocean Springs. So they're fully aware of our capabilities, and they utilize us with those resources. So there's the cadaver dog story for you.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I just wonder.
Hey, Starsky, I appreciate you a lot, and I appreciate all your love and support. Starsky, go watch that video. It's a really good video when he's interviewing and talking to the gentleman who is the commander of the Cajun Navy. Very good video, I think.
Horn Island with surface vessels, what we call boats, as well as boots on the ground to start, the air.
He explains a bit of what they do, how they work, the things that Christine had asked for as well early on throughout the investigation. Great video. I like that video that Mr. Officer Tatum had put together for us. And he's been doing a good job interviewing people as well. But I want to get to this sit-down interview that Christine had with the father of Nolan Wells and herself. Both of these are the parents of Nolan Wells. I don't know, guys. The more I look at the video with the interview of the boys, the more of a hard time I have, believing all of their story. I don't know. It's just so hard to, believe some of the things that they say, how they say it, their demeanor, the lack of emotion. When you see Warren shaking his head, the certain things that he's indicating to me, it doesn't really sit with me very well. And you would think if this is a mistake, why would they try to, if it was the case, why would they try to cover this up? If perhaps it was a mistake, why not just come out and say that? Maybe they're in fear because of the Mississippi system. They seem to know the Mississippi system very well. They seem to understand the boating community very, very well. They seem just like they're very smart kids. So as to why they would not,
again, people have said, oh, well,
come out and say something if perhaps this was a mistake. I hope that's not the outcome. Is all I'm trying to say. I hope we don't come to find out that that's the outcome. And I truly hope that we don't find out that the DA is trying to cover this all up and they know exactly what happened to Nolan this whole time.
Bart said,
I'm truly hoping that's not the outcome. So anyway, I want to play a couple TikToks for y'all. This is pretty interesting, some of these TikToks here. Let's chime in.
get ready to screenshot. Go ahead and get ready to screen record, because when information like this come out, they're going to try to erase it. Y'all brace yourself. They saying Nolan Wells, there's a picture with Nolan Wells on the boat with Bart. Bart said he wasn't there. He was in Wyoming some damn where. I'm telling y'all, it's starting to unfold. The Most High is starting to move on this case. Y'all check this out. This is breaking news, y'all. This wasn't even a part of the video.
Hey, y'all, hey, I just got back in and bombshell. Why we have a photo of Nolan with Bart and a large group of people.
The way he is.
Sad news, actually.
Hold on. This is not it here. We got to start from, because that's his intro. Hold on. We're going to start from right here.
The video, I was scrolling. Go ahead and get racing. We're in Wyoming some damn where.
Bombshell. Why we have a photo of Nolan with Bart and a large group of people. And I'm just going to show you real quick because I have questions. Hold on. Let's look.
All right, let's examine this, y'all. Let's examine this right here. This is breaking news. That must be Bart right there. What in the world is going on? A large group of friends, including Nolan Xavier Wells, traveled on 3 boats to Horn Island on July 4th. Pictured here is the large group of friends getting ready to get on the boats to head to the island submitted. All right, y'all. Okay, this being though that this just came out, I'm going to need more information, but y'all know how I like to give it up. I like to give y'all everything that's out there, and then we'll just dissect everything later on. But I had to hit y'all with this. Let's just see what Royalty's talking about right quick.
Now, I have questions because from what the last thing that I heard per Warren, that Nolan was on leaving and went out to Horns Island on the Triton with Wyatt. That's what Warren said. And then how can the video that I just shared with you guys this morning,
Okay.
how could that be Nolan in the video when Nolan is on another dock with Bart getting ready to head out there to Horns Island? Y'all, what is going on? And then Warren, I'm so confused because how are you saying that how is that your friend? How is that your best friend, your brother from A High, and you're nowhere in the picture? What's really going on? Y'all,
Before anybody go crazy, we gonna sit down because I know people get confused between the Warren and the Wyatt. Which one is it? Which one is the Triton? Which one is the Palm Beach? Which one is the Triton? I'm gonna start writing this stuff down so we don't be confused, and we gotta start memorizing this stuff because it's all confusing.
Oh my God, guys, I just came to realization. No wonder no witnesses have came out. They're afraid. If you listen to this governor, he came out and threatened Nancy Grace and says, I hope to God nobody gets hurt because of your propaganda. Threatening her, like verbally threatening Nancy Grace, the governor of Mississippi. No wonder. This makes sense why nobody's coming out. No witnesses. They're afraid.
Imagine you growing up in Mississippi.
Cynthia says Bart tripped Nolan and he hit his head. That's what you think what happened to Nolan? And he just died suddenly. I don't know. That sounds a little too easy. I don't know if that would. I don't know.
And you hearing all the stories, or even you want to come out and speak out about what happened to Nolan Wells, but you're a descendant of all the evil that's been going on, and you know about all the stories and how wicked your people is. So as I was scrolling, there's another angle of the Triton boat, y'all. Check this out.
Major fucking update in the NOLAN WELLS case. Y'all look, it's in the photo. Restaurant girl, we don't even care anymore. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Where's the 7th person? He can't be sitting in the chair because that's allegedly Wyatt on the phone call with Cito. See the dark hair, glasses. Right here you can see the stripes going on the side of the short. Blue above and bottom. Just like seen right here. But where the fuck is he? Dude in the red shorts allegedly was not on the boat. Where the fuck is he at? He should be right here. And then if he was right there, you'd be able to see him in this area. As you can see the pole right there. Be able to see him in this area or on the other side. In this area or on the other side. Even right here, you'd still be able to see a piece of his body. Major
So
fucking update.
Brandon Tatum did say that there was an extension of the video and he chopped it off because he was trying to protect the identity of someone else. But y'all let me know what y'all think about this clip right here.
Me about this NOLAN WELLS case is the fact that they thought that NOLAN WELLS' parents would just accept the fact that they said, oh, it was a drowning, and that's it. So if it was a drowning, before he started drowning, he gave y'all his keys and phone. He went for a swim, but yet they found him fully clothed, face down. That don't even make sense. And the fact that y'all not even trying to tell his mom what happened, because y'all know what happened. And that Cito call, oh man, I know they wish, they mad that whoever released that call. And then for a black woman to dissect the call and be able to hear the background noise and release it to the internet, oh, they big mad. Then these comments just lying, just making up stuff. No, it was just a drowning. Oh, okay. So if it was your son, you would accept the fact that it was drowning. And his friends had his phone and they just chilling, relaxing like nothing happened to that lady's son.
I want to see if we can get some more information on that picture that they said that Nolan Wells was with Bart on the boat with. Check this out.
Secret Service Sam here for a Nolan Xavier Wells update, and we have a new picture.
2 hours ago, he had a hat on. Says, how do you pronounce your name? I don't want to say it wrong. Is it Kave Hall? I think I feel like I'm pronouncing your name wrong. So 2 hours ago, he had a hat on. And you said he was wearing a completely different outfit. I know that the mother was misled to what he had on, because Warren in the text messages stated that he had on. She states in the text messages that he had on. He stated that he had on black shorts. come to find out, he actually had on let me go back here a little bit. He actually had on blue shorts, come to find out, though. But when you go to Christine's Facebook, she only said that he had on blue shorts. She never, if she ever said that he had on black shorts, she must have deleted that status, because she posted twice that he had on blue shorts, but she did come out on a status and say that she was misled, that he actually had on blue shorts. So I was a little bit confused because I never found that she was saying that he had on black shorts in any of her comments. So I the only thing I could assume is she deleted the comment where she said that he did. Are y'all laughing at me, Carolina? Is it Cave? It's just Cave, right? I don't know why I wanted to say Cabe or something. It's just Cave, right? I don't know, guys. I can't read. Somebody said, oh my God, all black people do not look alike. Juice do not look alike. Cave. Juice is not on camera. Wait, what'd she say? I don't know why you say that to her. I know, but I don't know how she gave the impression that all black people look alike. Did she say that at all? Oh, maybe. Oh, she said that she thought that the guy that I'm playing was me.
To the
I don't got
psychological
all that.
aspect of Brandon Tatum and his thought patterns, and y'all ain't gonna believe how deep the rabbit hole goes. I'm gonna leave a link in the description to the video so y'all can watch it in full, but check this out, Joe.
The most dangerous moment in a man's life is when he loses the thing that told him who he was. I've been thinking about that ever since I saw this clip of D.L. Hughley responding to Officer Tatum's perspective on the Nolan Wells case.
When you're a black man, they make you hold the shit you used to be, so it holds weight now. He was a football player and failed at that, found his way into police work. He's always looking for the same adulates and same cheers he used to get on the football field. And usually them came from white coaches. He's only doing what he's been trained to do.
You can get you one of these Trump 2.0 shirts right now.
Only reason people on the right fuck with black people is if they safe. He looks like the kind of man that would have to marry a white woman.
And what he said is facts, and I can say that because I lived it. I understand Brandon and what he's doing.
I'm getting sick of black people, right? I like the black people like me and others that are conservative, that smart, but the rest of y'all, I'm sick of y'all.
We were both faced with the same question that changed our lives. And looking at where his answer took him,
yeah, me and him don't look alike.
One question I asked myself that sent us on two completely different routes. So I was a captain at the University of Minnesota. I declared for the 2015 NFL draft, and I was drafted by the Miami Dolphins, and I was the 150th overall pick. I was on practice squad my entire rookie year, and at the end, I decided to go to the New England Patriots for my second year.
Hey.
And then I was released after not playing well against the Chicago Bears, and it was legitimately one of the hardest days of my life. I loved being in New England. I wanted to be
Sweet Carolina, I agree with that a lot.
on that team so bad, but it just didn't happen. I didn't play well, and it just wasn't, I just didn't play well. And that was the first time I was hit with, damn, football can really end for me. This whole thing can be over. And it was tough because that was my whole identity. That's how everybody knew me, from being a little boy all the way until I was 23, 24 years old, and even still now to this day. So if you're not familiar with Brandon Tatum, he's a black conservative political commentator on YouTube. He's from Fort Worth, Texas, and went to Dunbar High School and was a legit prospect. He was an All-American and played in the U.S. Army All-American game, which is the top 78 high school players in the whole country. He then got a scholarship to the University of Arizona, where he played for 5 years. He declared for the 2010 NFL draft, only to not get drafted and not get picked up by a team. And that's where his football career ended. It was all over after the University of Arizona. So Brandon in 2010 and me in 2016 were sitting in the same place facing the same exact identity issues that brings up the question that changed our lives. After football, Brandon decided to be a cop in Tucson, Arizona. And from everything I found, he was good at what he did when he was a cop. He was a SWAT operator, a field training officer, a general instructor, and public information officer. He was on the force from 2011 to 2017, which is an interesting time because he went through Ferguson, Eric Garner, and Freddie Gray. All happened while he was there wearing that badge. Then in March 2016, Trump comes to Tucson for a rally. Tatum goes to the rally as a civilian. He doesn't go as a cop. And he posts about a 10-minute video about it.
What's going on Facebook? This B Tatum. I'm making this video to give you guys some
That's what made him go viral.
insight on my experience at a Donald Trump rally.
And that video gets about 1 million views. And even Trump campaign's Facebook page shares it. This is where I think he got his first hit of dope after football. And what I mean by dope, I mean dopamine. For an athlete, that's the drug. The cheers he heard came back instantly. And in some ways, I would say that this is more addictive.
I want y'all to think about the movie Him with Marlon Wayans.
Because when you leave the tunnel and you leave the field, you don't hear your name being screamed anymore. But on social media, you can constantly refresh it over and over, and you see the comments and the likes and the DMs from these people who are cheering for you, who want you to win. Then on September 24th, 2017, he posted a 7-minute video about NFL players kneeling. 2 days after the president stood on the stage in Alabama and said owners should get those players off the field.
He's gonna say, that guy that disrespects our flag, he's fired.
That video does 70 million views. And of course it did. A black man, a former football player, a working police officer, taking the other side against a black quarterback. That was the exact voice a whole lot of people were looking for and couldn't do themselves. 1 month after that video, October 2017, he resigns from the police department. From there, he signs with Liftable Media, which runs the Western Journal and the Conservative Tribune. Turning Point USA hires him at the end of March of 2018 as Director of Urban Engagement. Then he does Blexit with Candace Owens, and then by late 2019, he's out on his own with his own media company, where now he's amassed over north of 8 million followers. He got an alley-oop from everybody. And look, I'm not saying he didn't earn anything. Nothing about his story says that he's lazy or he doesn't work hard. But the work isn't the part that stuck with me. It's the lane that he chose. When this stuff shows up in my feed, it's almost always a story about black people, and it's almost always the worst version of it. That became the job. He's the guy who says the thing about black folks that a certain crowd can't say out loud themselves. That's what I couldn't get past. And the more I looked at how he got there, the more I realized I know exactly where it started. Because it started in the same place for me. When football ended, I didn't know it yet, but I was about to choose my whole life with one question. I did not ask, what do I like doing? I asked myself, what did I like doing? What do I like doing isn't a bad question. It's just the wrong question at that specific moment when you're transitioning, trying to figure out who you are. Because when you ask, what do I like doing? You're looking outwardly and you're looking to figure out what do you like doing and grasping on the things that you think are just for you.
That's a good point about Andrew. I'm sorry, Brandon Tatum. I keep wanting to call him Andrew.
And when you ask, what do I like?
Good point. I don't know, man. I truly understand where Tatum comes from a lot of the times. I think he chose a path and a good, something good that sparks people, that brings attention to himself, that brings him views, that brings him revenue. I don't know. I can't say. I mean, I understand where he comes from a lot of the times. I can't say that, I don't agree with everything that guy brought up to our attention about Tatum, but I mean, I don't know. I don't think no matter what anybody does, it's going to make me think of him differently than I do. I like Tatum. I think he's a great guy. Some of the things that he's brought to my attention, I could only agree with because some of the stuff that he says is actually true. And we won't even get into all that because I don't even want to get into the race conversation when it comes to things. But I mean, I think he said a lot of things that turned out to be true to me. That's been true all my entire life that I've thought that's true. So no need to even get into those details. But anyway,
in my inbox, and it says, I was present during the event.
One more clip here. And then I'm going to get into this interview real quick before I end it here. Because there's a really interesting video that I wanted to show, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it. And I thought I played it, but I guess I did it. Excuse me. really interesting video where it shows all the life jackets. But I cannot find it. All right, let me run this video real quick. Let's see if I can find this this video here. 1 second, chat.
That's Nolan right there. I'm trying to do it slow for y'all. This one of them breeze by. You know how they do the little boomerang.
Check this out though. And I'm gonna try to find this video.
And he also said that there were around 20 to 30 people scattered in those 3 or 4 different boats that they had taken, correct? Okay, so
we saying this one?
The trip on June the 23rd, per Warren, are a tight-knit group of people, would be the same people that we saw inside this picture.
Uh-oh.
Oh, I must
What do we have here, y'all? What do we owe? That's Nolan right there, y'all. That's Nolan right there. I'm trying to do it slow for y'all. This one of them breeze by. You know how they do the little boomerang thing on Instagram and all. It's one of those. Y'all see that? So I want y'all to pay attention to see everybody.
Hey, Nolan Wells deniers.
I'm gonna see who that is in the front. Y'all see this? That's Nolan. That is Nolan.
Wow.
I'm trying to see who it. So you got all these damn people ain't saying nothing. This is wild. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's somebody right here in the cut. There's somebody right here. Somebody right here. 1, 2, 3, 4. And there's somebody at the front of a driver. 5, 6, 7. Justice for Nolan, man. Let's get it, y'all. Look, 2 right there. Hold on.
So
2
that
up
is
there.
where I'm.
2 up there.
So that is.
Look, 2 up there. Just enjoying the breeze and shit. That's sad, man. Sad, man.
So that is where I'm going with the video, because Warren again said that they were a tight-knit group of friends. Like, there's no outsiders in their circle. And so the same people that are on that video on June the 23rd are the same people that are in that still image on Horns Island, allegedly Horns Island, that we see here.
So for those that don't get what she was saying, because I was running my mouth, what she was insinuating is that being as though that they've been implying so much that they're a tight-knit group, tight-knit group, tight-knit group. She showed a video of the tight-knit group with each other. Why the hell the tight-knit group ain't coming out saying nothing? You're tight-knit. Why would Nolan Wells want to go off and venture by himself? And then you had one of the young men say, Nolan always was trying to be with us. Nolan always trying to be on the boat.
If 3 black people took a white man on a boat expedition and didn't return with him, the president would be making a speech right now. There is a double standard of justice and coverage. But here's why Kevin discusses in a great post about the national news's silence on Nolan Wells. If you Google Nolan Wells New York Times, there is no article. Nolan Wells MSNBC.
I don't really think this guy plays many fake videos.
Nope, they haven't written one. By CNN, all that they have is a TikTok-style video, no written article. And the Washington Post finally has an article only after his body was found. Here's why Kevin references a study that found while black people make up roughly 35% of missing persons cases in the FBI database at the time of the study, they received only 7 to 11% of media coverage. This is why local news outlets like the Mississippi Free Press that's been reporting on this are so important, and why it's so dangerous that news has been consolidating into these big billionaire-owned corporations, forcing lots of local outlets recently to keep shutting down. You can find the GoFundMe of Nolan's family at the Schmink and My Schmio. And one of the most important things is that families will tell you what they need. Sometimes that's privacy, spreading the word, financial support. We don't want to assume, we want to let them tell us how to help. His mother's request a couple days ago was if you have any pictures or videos that were taken on the northwest tip of Horn Island on July 4th, to reach out to her. This is her Threads account, and you can provide evidence to help their investigation.
This is why we must be our own news. We cannot look for these people to save us, y'all. We cannot look to these people to push out our message and try to get justice for us. They are all connected, y'all. This is why I be telling us, look, we got to do this together, y'all.
How does young men who we don't really have any evidence that committed a crime, how do they get painted as criminals? How do they get painted as being responsible for the death of a person that was considered their friend?
By putting you on the case. For real, that's like someone accused of SA and then turning Republican. It's pretty much an admission of guilt. For real, why are you even on the case?
Anyway, I couldn't find it, so it's all right. We'll if I find it, I'll bring it up tomorrow, unfortunately. But anyway, guys, I wanted to really I wanted to watch this video, some of it, not all of it, with the interview from Christine. She had sat down, like I said, she had an interview with Jamal Bryant. Okay, so he has a podcast called Let's Be Clear. And I wanted to kind of just scavenge through just this interview that she did, just to see what she had to say, see if there was some things that I didn't agree with, which there usually always is. So I wanted to chime in on this to check this out real quick here. I don't know what Tissa Tells was talking about. Hold on.
Hey, what's up, guys? Listen, there is what Ocean Springs and Jackson County. You ask any question, who cares if those boys' stories don't make any sense?
Okay.
Been thrusted into a national light over the last.
So here's the interview with Nolan Wells' parents and on the Jamal show here.
And I wanted to ask you, how you eating? How you sleeping?
Initially, there was no sleep.
Yeah.
It was when he went missing, that July the 4th, I think we maybe got maybe an hour of sleep, and then it was back to doing things. And then kind of, after everything unfolded on the 6th, it was just one of those times where just we couldn't believe what we were going through.
Yeah.
We couldn't believe that, our son wasn't physically here anymore.
Yeah.
And so just those racing thoughts and, as parents, we tend to try to do the shoulda, coulda, woulda,
Yeah.
and that's the one thing, for sure. Our family, our community, those who have been supporting us, they're like, no, don't do that. Like,
Yeah.
just know, you did everything you could.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, sometimes there are things, that happen in life. And even though we don't want them to happen,
Yeah.
we don't have control over that. Only God does. So
I wanted to commend you as a father and as a man. With the roller coaster of emotions, you have modeled grace in dignity when you could have just erupted in rage. And so as a Black man and as a Black father, I wanted to first salute you and thank you for being a role model for many of us who have had to navigate and wrestle how to respond to situations that we couldn't control. I wanted to ask you as a man, how have you been processing this?
Well, first of all, I also thank you for my wife, because everything that you mentioned, I've been there. I was at that point, but she kept me grounded. And like I said, I owe so much to her for
That's
just keeping me at bay. But every day is a challenge. For me, knowing that, my son is not here, I won't be able to see him anymore.
Yeah.
I go through old text messages, old videos,
Hey, shouts to Kimmy. Thanks so much for becoming a platinum member for 2 months now. God bless you. Just to remind you guys, you can feel free to call me anytime. I'll open up the phone lines for a little bit while we're watching this before I get off tonight. And also, you could always text me either way if you don't, feel comfortable calling in or email. It's up to you.
Memories. The last day that I spoke to her, and it just I break.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I do that in my own personal space.
Yeah.
Because I know I have to be that person to be strong for her and my family. So I'm working kind of like a two-sided sword in a sense. And I'm trying my best to keep it as level as possible. But it's hard,
I can imagine.
So we have each other.
Yeah,
That's
we have each
beautiful.
other.
And that's the I would say that's probably what's grounded us in a sense. Because I know early on when there was so much anger and emotions were high, I literally was like, look, if you allow that anger to consume you,
Yeah.
and if you act out irrationally, even for a moment, because we're hurting so bad, I was like, I can't do this by myself.
Yeah.
Like, I can't lay our child to rest, still wear the hats we have to wear as adults and parents.
Yeah.
And then, like, I can't be by myself. So I want to say thank you.
It's beautiful.
for hearing me.
Wow.
Because I know how hard it's been for you. I know people have kind of focused in on me, but
Yeah.
I always say he's grieving just as much as I am.
Yeah, to her point, no one's really took really much interest in the father. He seemed to kind of been going more quiet because Christine in this particular case, and if you guys don't know, these are the parents of Nolan Wells, who we're talking about, who we have been covering for several months now. She has been the more outspoken one in this particular situation, so no one's really, seemed to have much interest in the father or said anything really bad about the father, and that's a good thing, either or, and I don't know. There's some things, like I've mentioned to you guys before, that I just didn't think that were all that truthful, that weren't mentioned until the boys brought it up. Like when they went to the house and busted in the door, and he states that he had to calm someone down. He doesn't necessarily say who, but we know who he's talking about. I put that all together and figured out who he was talking about. But anyway.
That was just as much his child as it was mine.
Let me ask you on a lighter note, because you all's connection and energy are so strong. How'd y'all meet? That's what we want to know. I don't know if y'all old enough to remember this show, Love Connection.
Yes.
What's your version of mine?
Oh my gosh. Okay, so I was working at.
Also, he's not very big on social media, so like he doesn't really, he's not really a big poster. I've yet to see him, post very much. Christine did take to her Facebook the other day. She says, I love how our family, friends, and Nolan's friends continue to show up for us. His celebration was beautiful, and the energy was everything. I just know our baby was in heaven, jigging and carrying on. We needed this moment with our loved ones. Thank you all. Justice for Nolan Wells. Nolan matters. I stand for Nolan. And then, of course, a lot of people took to the comments section, and some were positive. But yeah, and I haven't really looked into the comment section very much, but you'd be surprised. Some of these people actually know a lot of information. It's kind of good to look into the comment sections because some of these people really live there and really know some things. Justice for Nolan Wells. Justice for Nolan Wells. A lot of people say justice for Nolan Wells. Yeah, I can't necessarily say I agree with that portion of it until we know that justice needs to be served in this particular case. We don't know because if it turns out that this was a drowning, then there won't be any justice served. It would just be simply closure at that point. And that's why normally when I hashtag things, I'll usually put closure for Nolan Wells instead of justice, just because I don't know. I don't know if this is a drowning or this is an actual murder. And I wish I did know. She says here, at the day's end, I would like to say thank you on behalf of my family. We appreciate all the love many of you have shown us over the last several weeks. Thank you also for the beautiful prayers. Everything has been so appreciated. Please continue to pray for us as we navigate life without Nolan and continue to say our sunshine's name, Nolan Wells. And she's very adamant about justice for Nolan Wells. But again, I don't know about justice as of yet. So sad. And then he's got pictures here with Pops. I'm going to save some of these because I need some new pictures of Mr. Nolan Wells. You could tell, you could just hear it like in his voice when you hear him speak and talk. Like, he was really a good kid. Looks like him and his brother. A couple family photos. I like to add a lot of these photos to the channel when I'm talking about him. I could pull his photos up on stream and just show these photos when we're talking about Nolan. Now, this is a very good picture to have right here, Chad, because that's Javon. Now, Javon's mother was the one who went to the door acting crazy, demanding that, they see the boat, where's the phone, where's the keys. She was the one that was really like a little too pushy, I would say. But that is Javon right there, right next to Nolan there. And as you can see, they're very young in this picture, and you could just tell these particular two of the two, I mean, they go back. And I think they go back even further than this. But you can just tell they're just really a lot younger than the time now. So love it. Love to see it. Love to see it. Wonderful kid, man. You could just tell this kid was a good kid. That's what bothers me the most. Like, and that's what I don't get in this story, guys. Like, this kid is a good kid. He's very nice. He seems like he's very, very easy to get along with amongst other kids. I would say he's very hard to get upset, very hard to sit there and argue with and all this, that, and the third. How could somebody be so angry about this kid enough to want to murder him? And this is the father's page, and he doesn't post anything. I don't know what he does for a living. No one's really brought that up. Well, when I go to his page, this is all I see. It is pretty much a spider, whatever you call this particular thing. I always call it the spider, but it's called the slingshot. But anyway, yeah, I mean, I just think that kid Nolan was a really good kid, like a really good kid. And I don't mean to say that just because, we've lost him and he's passed away. Because I mean, people have a really good tendency of talking good about somebody once they pass, and that bothers me. Like, some things that you could share with somebody when they pass is what they need to hear when they're here, And it's unfortunate that we have to speak highly of people when they're no longer with us. I hate that. Or when you quit something and you stop doing it, man, you were going to go to the NBA. I knew you were going to make it. Like, why didn't you tell me this? I needed these words of encouragement. Like the fact that you believed in me and you had these thoughts about me while I was doing it versus when I wasn't. Like, I don't know. I just, that's always bothered me. But anyway.
Okay, so I was working at a cell phone store, and I was doing our weekly special for the cell phones.
Yes.
And so it was just me and my manager up front. So initially when he came in, she's like, "Hey, how you doing? What can I help you with?" And so at some point it was, "Hey, Christine, can
Call correction? What did I miss? Yeah. Please do. Cave, call in. Phone number's there. I'll be waiting on you. Call whenever you want.
you come?" And I'm like, "No, I am busy.
Right.
I am drawing out our board." And she's just like, "Girl, get over here." And so we started talking, and I was telling him just a little bit, about myself and kind of where I was mentally at that time. I've gone through a lot in my life. A lot more than people my age probably have gone through.
Yeah.
And so in that time I was in the phase of rebuilding.
Okay.
And really just putting that trust back in God and working on that relationship. And so, I told him, I was like, "Hey, not looking for anything. Like,
Right.
I need to work on me."
That's beautiful.
And we just became friends. But the friendship, just in a short period of time, that connection was undeniable. But we allowed it to grow. And we fostered it and we nurtured that. And of course, just like any.
So since y'all met in the phone store, you got that code early. You was able to get in that back room pretty quick. You had to make sure who was in the top 5 faves.
Mhm.
Like, hey, I'm able to get into this storage unit real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what's your version of the story?
Yeah, what is
Sorry,
your version?
it's similar to that, but when I walked into the store, she did not want to help me.
She did not?
No, she was like she said, she was off and on word doing whatever she was
Yes.
doing. But yeah, she did not want to help me. And then but I always mess with her. So like mess with her and say like, "Well, if you didn't help me that day, we wouldn't be here today." And she was like, "Yeah, you're right." So, but yeah, she didn't want to help me at all, man. She
I was busy.
You were a reluctant servant.
I was.
You didn't know God was setting you up.
I did not. And it's so funny, as I always tell him, he still has the card that has my personal. I never gave my personal cell number out.
I still got that card.
Yeah, still has that card. And to this day, I'm like,
The people want to know, did you have an iPhone or an Android?
Then there was a Nextel.
Oh my God.
Nextel.
Y'all
So
been together a long time.
Yeah.
The funny story is I had just moved back home because I was living up here
in Atlanta,
in Decatur.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I used to train for a little while at the gym across the street when I was
No
training
way.
for the NFL. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So are both of you from Mississippi?
Yes.
I'm technically
I'm
not.
sorry.
Oh, did you graduate from high school in Mississippi?
I did. I always like to joke and say I'm a transplant. So I was born in the Philippines. That's
Okay.
where my mom's family is from. But my father's family is from Mississippi.
Okay.
And so, but I've been here long enough. But I always like to say I'm a transplant.
No, I got it. I wanted to ask because people have a different perspective of Mississippi historically, and not in actuality.
Yeah.
And so when we hear about Mississippi, my head is going directly to Mississippi burning. I'm going to turn left and deal with Medgar Evers. I'm going to turn right and deal with Emmett Till. And I wanted to ask, in 2026, what is it like being Black living in Mississippi?
I would say that
Uh-oh.
you would hope that in 2026, right? You would hope that racially things would improve.
Yeah.
And this is where I find, because I personally love history.
Yeah.
It's one of my favorite subjects. But when you have a state like Mississippi that has
Yeah, Concern. Ashley, good morning. Good to see you. Concern says Javon's mom was not a little too pushy without her style. We would have no phone, smoking guns. We would not be mad seeing his fake friends just watching TV with Nolan was missing. Wow. So I agree with that part. I don't agree with how they went into the house. That part I don't agree with. Because I think before that moment occurred, they already had the phone. If you remember, the mom was already communicating with Warren on the phone before they actually went and actually got the phone, if you know what I'm saying. So I think either way, they would have gotten the phone back. So I don't know. I can't really say that situation necessarily helped them get the phone back. And if I recall, I think I might have actually saved the phone screenshots. No, I actually don't think I did. But I think I did post those phone screenshots on my ex account, if I remember correctly. Yeah. I think I did, but I don't know if these are the particular messages. I can't remember if these are the actual messages that show him stating that they had the phone. I think it was stating that they had the actual keys. Yeah, because it goes on to say Nolan's dad is at the house to pick up the keys. Hey, Warren, what kind of sunglasses was Nolan wearing? I'm pretty sure Ray-Bans, Miss Christine. He was very respectful. He wasn't kind of acting any like odd or out of place about anything really that I could think of looking at observing these messages. He did tell her that they did have the keys. Or she was saying that they were there to pick up the keys, which means that they've communicated before they even got to the house. So if he's saying that and they're already making arrangements for him to go to the house and get the keys, what's the issue with, or not the issue, but what's the big old reason to get all crazy for? And I can't even say that because if my son was missing, I'm getting crazy regardless. But at the same time, you do got to remember to stay calm because you may end up making somebody mad to the point where they don't want to tell you anything because you're making them upset. And you're not going to know, if they're going to understand where you're coming from, and I don't know. I just think that we're going to get those belongings back no matter what. And at the bottom, she says, "Hey, Warren, can you collect any of any of Nolan's items at Jack's house?" So apparently, some of his items were at Jack's house. And then that's pretty much all of the messages. But he also gave her the location that they were, I think, on the island. I don't even know what this location thing was about. Oh, I can't remember exactly. That's because my mind's on 1,000,000 miles an hour. But I think he was communicating with her. I don't think he was trying to be weird intentionally. And I'm not sticking on the boy's side at all. I'm not taking anybody's side until we really get to the bottom of it. However, I do think that there's both conflicting things about everyone's story, both ways. You know, from the mom's story to the boy's story to even the friend's story, which is Javon's mom. Everybody's story seems to conflict to me somehow, some way.
Such a complex history, especially when we start talking about race. It's one of those things you cannot forget, right? But that's also
She got crazy. Yeah. Remember in the interview, the father states that he had to calm somebody down, and it got out of hand enough
why it's
for them to have to, you know, reach out to the police to get them escorted off of the property because of the fact that, you know, they were demanding to see the boat. And none of them shared all of the details, based on what really happened. They just stated that they had to call the police to get her off the property. And then we listened to the dispatch call where that call was made. And the officer stated pretty much that, the people that were calling about the boat were at their house. But other than that, they didn't really specify a whole lot of information to really actually tell us what went down.
Javon is one of the
in a while. And so whenever we were coming back in, he didn't even think about grabbing his phone. He never asked about his phone, along with 5 other people that also left their phones on the boat, and we had to wait at the boat launch for them to come and pick them up, including Javon. I mean, Javon left his phone on our boat.
Yeah, Javon is one of the guys in the friend group.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken.
Javon's a friend of mine, friend of ours. Not as tight as Nolan. Javon's in the class under me in school, and he's a friend of mine. But just like a lot of our other friends, Javon's our friend. He left the phone on the boat because we're trustworthy people. We're not going to steal something. We're not going to delete pictures off of someone's phone. We're not going to delete text messages. We're not going to get on anyone's phone because we have no reason to. But Javon left his phone. And we gave Javon his phone back along with everybody else who left their phone on the boat. So
yeah, we'll get to that because I think I have the timeline in my mind. So you guys, the boat is taking in water. You had already left, Morgan, right? You had already left.
Skip up real quick.
And came back on another. I've done it before where I went out on one boat and my friends left, and I just know so many people out there.
What he was saying about
phone. I mean, you're obviously out on the water. I mean,
all right, I'll skip back. We'll go back to that real quick, but real quick here. Hold on. Let's see. Sherry, thanks for that comment, by the way. Yeah, and I'll put the times together, guys. I'll put the times together to really, put both of the conversations in between the boys to, make it make more sense. And Cave, you didn't have to delete your comment. I was going to get back to you anyway on your comment. I'm trying to do my best about reading some of the comments in the chat here. So just kind of bear with me sometimes here. She has stated that for USA statistics show white on black homicides are 7% to 8%, and black on black homicide statistics show 91% to 93%. But whenever a white man is involved, it seems to be this big old controversy. I kind of get what you're saying, but I kind of don't. But at the same, I get what you're saying. And that's the thing where that's where I come in, and that's part of the reason why I'll usually say that I try to encourage black people to do better. I think us as black people, even including myself, and I love to include myself because people like to throw me under the bus and say I put black people down and my own kind down. But even when it comes to black money management, I feel like a lot of us black people, we even manage our money very poorly versus white people. And I don't think people understand the terminology, which is off topic when people say, white people are privileged, but we won't even get into that. But I don't think people get what it means, and I don't think people who are white take the time out to understand what people mean when they say that word. But anyway, on another note, 80 to 90% of violent crime victims are harmed by someone of the same race. So it's true for white victims, black victims, and other groups. The pattern is driven by neighbors, a neighborhood proximity, not racial targeting. In other words, if that makes sense. So there are adults who are arrested for murder, who are black versus white people. So 51% of adults arrested for murder are black versus 45% of white people who are arrested for murder. 61% of black people are arrested for robbery. 39 of black people percentage wise is arrested for aggravated assault. 46%, and this is children who are juveniles, are arrested for violent crime. So even within the U.S., amongst the prison, 37, I think, percent it is, are incarcerated. And that's a huge number of the population of prison. And I think that's prison. I don't know. I can't remember. But black on black crime, it's been talked about a lot. It's a big thing. It is common. And I do see a lot of black people killing black people. If that is the case, let's just say in this particular situation, if it was 3 black people and a black person ended up dying on the boat, I can honestly say this wouldn't be the outcome of the situation. Straight up. It wouldn't be. Race wouldn't even be, it wouldn't even matter. I've grown up here in Tucson, Arizona, so I'm used to white people. I'm used to Hispanics. I'm used to black people. I'm used to all kinds. And people hate to hear statistics. People hate it. They hate it. But the truth is the truth. I don't make this up. But also, personally, based on what I've dealt with in my life, if I go to a restaurant, I have to be honest here. I'm more likely to get treated better and have better service getting service from a white person than I will black. Black people have a tendency to have attitude, to have a less of a tolerance to dealing with crap. In customer service, even in environments, are a lot of black folks, their self-control is very thin in certain areas. And I don't know, but and that's off topic, but it's I don't know, guys. It's hard to say, but I just don't think this situation or this outcome would be the same if all the people on the boat were black. Now, I understand that Mississippi has a history. I understand that black people in itself have a history. But I feel like just because we have history doesn't make it to where we have to involve that history in today. I feel like in this particular case, you don't do those type of things unless you have valid proof that outcome is the outcome because of race. In this specific situation right here, we don't know at all yet that race was because this happened. We don't even know that Nolan was even murdered, to be quite frank. Another thing, and I'm trying to find the best ways to say this without sounding so bad, because it already sounds bad because a lot of people can't, they can't take it. But another thing is, I don't like the way Christine is saying she's basically sugarcoating the fact of race to me, because she's saying she's speaking about justice being served when we don't even know that justice is going to take place in the situation. We don't have a suspect. We don't have the proof. She may, because they have the autopsy reports. They have the information that's not going to be presented publicly until we get in front of a grand jury. But even being with that said, they don't even have a suspect. So if they have this information and they know that there were signs of foul play, why don't we have a suspect that they're going after? My thing is, what is going to be the goal as far as the outcome once we get in front of a grand jury to tie somebody to this? I think this is going to be one of those situations, not necessarily like Trayvon Martin's, because Trayvon Martin, we know that he was actually murdered. But it's going to be one of those situations that, to me, where there's no justice. And the injustice that she believes in is going to be where it's at right now, based on what everybody believes, or what the lawyer, Sharp, and everybody else has everybody believing. But I don't look past the fact that I could be wrong in this situation, because I think that there is a possibility that Nolan could have been murdered. I've leaned these past few weeks, I've leaned more in that direction than the majority of the time, because the majority of the time I felt like this was actually a drowning. And they didn't want to believe it or move forward like that, because they don't see their son doing something like this. But people get drunk and things happen. There's certain parts of this island that you just can't go on. There's certain times on this island where chaos erupts because of the water appearing normal, and then all of a sudden it could rise, they say, anywhere from 12 to 20 feet. There's a lot to consider here. The officer was, and everybody's overlooking this, his statement was, there's no foul play at this time. And that wasn't word for word what he said, but that's what he said. He said there's no foul play at this time. He didn't say that's bottom line, there's no foul play, but the world blew it up like he was just simply saying there's no foul play. All right, yeah. He said at this time, according to what they've discovered, that there wasn't any foul play. Everybody took it as, well, they're not going to investigate this. They're not going to get what they deserve. Do I believe that the DA might be covering something up in this case? Probably, maybe not. Do I think that they're going to treat her fairly and do what they got to do on their behalf? Maybe not. I truly think that they are. I think that they're doing it right now. Otherwise, nothing would be happening. But they're doing, I think, whatever that she's asking for the most part, besides the phone issue. There was obviously a miscommunication with the phone, which there shouldn't have been, because their agreement that they had was for her to have her investigator pretty much standing over the investigator that's investigating the phone to make sure that they're not deleting anything, because she doesn't trust the injustice system. But in all reality, when it comes to black people and statistics, there are so many there's just the best way I can sum it up is Black people as a community, as a whole, need to come together more. We need to do better. We need to make better decisions. I get it. There's a lot of white people like Black people who do things in an ignorant way. And that's the best way I could say it. Who don't make the best decisions in life, who end up in prison. But being Black is not, it's not really an excuse to not be successful in life. It's not an excuse to say, well, this happens to me because of this color. Well, I can say, and I take that back, I can say that Black people are more likely to get charged for certain crimes, more so than a white person. Statistically, with certain crimes, there have been Black people who have been charged 10 out of 10 with certain crimes versus white people being charged with a crime 2 out of 10. And that's the best way I could put it in words. So there is a lot of Black or racial profiling out there amongst police officers that have occurred because of an individual has been Black. So I get that mindset that people have when these certain situations that have that happen like this. But if you truly believe that, and you're Christine, and you truly believe that this is how this has always been, or this is how it's going to go for your child, my advice to Christine would be, don't put your child in a all-white school. We know you want your kid to have the best education. Don't know if that means you want your kid to have all white teachers to have the best education, meaning that the best school has majority white people. But if you truly have lack of belief in the injustice system, do not send your kid to a all white school or live in an all white community. How does the fact that this situation has occurred all of a sudden register if you're somebody, register as somebody being racist? And I'm not saying Christine literally said that this is the case in this situation, but knowing that that Nolan, because she knows where she's put her son and, you know, the community that she lives in, knowing all of that, why is there this doubt that this could be the possibility of why Nolan is dead? Why all of a sudden is that clicking? If this whole time he's been hanging out with a bunch of white boys, going to school with a bunch of white boys, getting his education at a school with a bunch of white kids. That's the only thing for me. So something tells me she really never thought like that up until now. I don't know why. Something tells me that the lady that went and got the keys back, which is her friend, I can't remember her name, kind of put her up to having this mindset that this is a scenario. I don't know why I feel like that. I don't even know why Christine didn't go get the keys herself. To be quite frank. Yeah, and I could agree. I could agree with the fact that they gave her the doubt, for sure. I could agree with that. I could. But where's the communication with these kids to try to build some type of trust? The assumption was that they lied to her, but there's really no proof that they truly lied to her about the keys. And I'm not taking the boys' side at all. I don't believe half of the stuff that they say. Well, I don't believe a lot of the stuff that they say, not half of the stuff, but I don't believe a lot of the stuff that they say. I don't like their demeanor, their lack of emotion. I think that they're lying about something. As to whatever that is, I really don't know. But I just don't, I don't know if this would be a race thing. That's where I'm at with it. I just don't feel like it's a race thing. Now, perhaps jealousy, yeah, maybe jealousy, but race, I don't know about race. I don't really see the race part of it. And it's one of those situations to me where you got to be sure before you just start saying that or letting people pitch that to the world. Because, and she's not control over what people do, but she can fin some people down a little bit, trim her down a little bit with what the community thinks. And I just don't know why. I just don't know why, you have to be able to understand what you could be causing. Perhaps people start to think that until you get to the bottom of it. I think it's just important to get to the bottom of this first before that is inserted into the world, because this could cause a whole lot of ruckus. I mean, you already got the Black Panthers out there marching. You got people holding up signs saying Black Lives Matter. To me, all lives matter. It makes me feel selfish when I start promoting the fact that Black Lives Matter. I don't really get the analogy behind that. Because regardless, anybody's life matters. And I just don't know how the community would feel if there was a sign up that said white lives matter. Then that person would be automatically subjected to being racist. See what I'm saying? Black people it's okay for Black people to say certain things because they've experienced a certain history. But at what point are we going to let that stuff go? Never let it go. But at what point are we going to stop using that until we get to the bottom of things? We got to be sure. And that's the thing for me. We just got to be sure. We got to be sure. We cannot promote stuff like that until we are sure. I just don't know. I don't know yet. I just don't. I can't stand with that until I'm for sure. We figured this out. This is a race thing. Okay, boom. I'm right there. I'm all there with y'all. But I'm not going to sit up here and just fin off of other people because people are like, yeah, they did this to Nolan because he's Black. But you can't give me anything to solidify that that's true. I can't do it. I'm not like that. I don't really move like that. I don't. And I damn sure don't move like that because of history. I got to be sure. I just got to be sure. And I'm sorry I got off on another rant, but I mean, it's just bothering because what happens if it turns out that this isn't race and these boys are telling the truth? Then what? Now we look dumb. Now we look stupid. We did all this shit for nothing. We got people out here marching and all this. We did all this for nothing. So I don't want to go that. I don't want to be a part of that unless I'm for sure, and for me personally, I'm not sure. And that's just me being honest. I got to go with my gut and my heart. I can't I don't wing off of other people. I got to be my own person. Unfortunately, I don't just do it because everybody else is doing it. I don't do it because I've seen something online and I don't even know if this person is just, so I don't know if wherever he got his information is true or not. And come to find out, it's just a strong opinion that sounds like it's legitimate enough to be the truth. I don't know. Trying to see something here. I'll try to pull up the video because I played it with a video that somebody caught up or posted with Javon's mom talking about the incident when she went over to the house to get the keys back. She didn't really explain it the same way she did when she spoke to somebody else versus when she got the interview from a news media outlet. Let's continue the rest of this interview real quick here because it's getting super late. Hold on, Chet.
Important to teach actual history. So then we know, okay.
If Cave is still here, feel free to, don't be shy to call in. Call in anytime.
Where are we going from here?
Yeah.
How can we improve things? Because when we try to simply just remove things or not think about it, and that's a whole other issue, is because it doesn't affect me, I don't worry about that.
Yes.
But that's the thing when in the Bible, when it says love thy neighbor, right? That's how you love your neighbor, truly, is being concerned about their well-being, their health, things that they need.
Yeah.
So in a state like Mississippi that has the history it has, sometimes, you don't want to think negatively, right? You always want to, and maybe this is just the way I was raised.
Yeah.
You want to try to be positive and see the good in things, but there's always that little part of you that's like,
Yeah, Sherry, I agree with that comment, but you can't ask for justice at the same time and ask for everybody to be peaceful. You gotta ask for, she shouldn't be asking for justice. She should be asking for, to get to the bottom of it. Justice would mean that she's biased to the situation, meaning that she's only one way about the situation and she knows that somebody's responsible for what happened. That's what justice would be. Justice being served would be the fact that somebody is responsible for what they did, and when that justice is served, they will be served, as in they will be held accountable and charged with murder for the death of Nolan Wells. That's not really asking for peace, because it's causing chaos, because that means that you're saying someone killed my son. I just don't know who. And she doesn't necessarily really know that yet. For all we know, at least for all we know, she may know that, and they figured it out behind the scenes and they just can't really come out and say that yet.
Really hope this isn't what I know it could potentially be.
Right.
And
exactly. You see what I'm saying? And right there, she just said it right there. She doesn't know. She just clearly told me right there that she has no idea. Listen again. Let's go back.
In raising our children, there's always that little part of you that's like, I really hope this isn't what I know it could potentially be.
Right.
No, she does not know.
And raised,
Yeah.
you want to try to be positive and see the good in things, but there's always that little part of you that's like, I really hope this isn't what I know it could potentially be.
Right.
And so in raising our children, we were very open and honest about those things, especially because the way I was raised. So my mother's Filipino, but my grandmother, my paternal grandmother, she is half white.
Oh, wow.
So now that I'm kind of getting this blowback and people are saying, oh, you're racist. I'm like, well, first of all, do you understand the definition of racism?
Yeah.
And what comes with that? But then two, again, I was raised that, hey, and this is a Mississippi. So, the Bible thumpers.
Yes.
Heavy into church when we were younger. And it was always one of those, love and show respect until that person shows you otherwise. But also to having that discernment.
Yeah.
And that's the thing when you're building relationships, right? You can't just take that person for face value. You have to understand who they are, not just, on the outside, but spiritually. Like where are they at? And those are the things that he and I have tried to teach our kids. We've instilled in our children. But of course, when children get older, they're going to make their own decisions. But it's the hope that they're always going to do what's best for them.
Yeah. You all have how many children?
So we have 6 children.
6. The youngest is how old?
15.
15. So walk me through, because so much of the focus has been on the two of you, and people are not really seeing that this is not just a son,
Yeah.
it's also a brother.
Absolutely.
And so walk us through how the siblings are dealing with this, not just in the grief, but because they are of age, contending with social media. Are y'all having to pull them back?
So I'm so glad you asked this
Yeah.
because in passing, like, of course, we kind of see little comments and a lot of people are like, well, what about the siblings? You guys don't ever, but this is the thing. And that's done, intentionally.
Yeah.
Our goal is to always protect them, even though 3 of them are adults.
Yeah.
We still want to provide that protection.
That's great.
They try to stay away from social media.
Yeah.
One of our kiddos is in therapy. The oldest
Yeah.
is in therapy and kind of just dealing with those emotions because, again, they lost a brother. That wasn't just their brother. That was their friend. That was the person, that kept some of their secrets,
How's it been for the youngest going back to school? So it's one thing to be able to.
So for them, we've, one question we ask, but we don't ask like every day is, how are you feeling?
Yeah.
I like to ask, is there something we can do?
Yeah.
Is there some place we can take you? Is there something you need us to get for you?
Yeah.
Because sometimes simply just asking, are you okay? Or how are you feeling? Because children at that age, they can't always fully express themselves verbally on what they're feeling.
Yeah.
So, asking what can we do for you sometimes is a little bit better because that gives them an outlet. But I'm gonna let Mo answer.
Come on, Mo.
As far as the youngest, he's been busy. So school has started.
Yeah.
They're practicing early in the morning, so that keeps them busy. So school and football is keeping them busy, and he's more focused now because
do you recall seeing him at
over the
all that
summer,
day?
him and Nolan, their bond got stronger because they both play the same position, receiver.
Yeah.
So Nolan was teaching him stuff, and he was understanding the things that he was teaching them to get better. So his focus has gotten laser sharp. He really wants to do good, not just for himself, but to make his brother proud. And he's constantly telling his mom that I'm gonna do it for you and you guys in Nolan. So he's really focused on having. I have no doubt in my mind he's gonna be great.
No,
Like I
absolutely.
said, it's this fire inside of him that burns, that he wants to be the best. He wants to be better than his brother, but that's kind of like iron sharpens iron. The competition makes them better. And with
Did
this
you
happening,
play sports?
yes, sir. Yes, sir. I played football all my life. Actually, I was told that when I was born, I was tossed through the house like football.
Yeah.
Because all my uncles played, and they just kind of tossed me around the house for my mom playing catch. So, I've been playing football all my life. Just kind of following the family tradition. I had 3 uncles to play in the NFL, so I didn't make it to the NFL. I went to some camps and everything, but the knowledge that I learned, I was passing it down to my kids.
No, that's
So
great.
they would have a better chance because I didn't have no one there telling me, do this, do this, do this. I had to learn on my own.
Yeah.
But with me, I was passing what I learned over the years down to them to better their chances.
That's beautiful. I think the only thing that has outraged me more than this tragedy itself is the treatment of you.
Yes.
I'm dizzied by it.
Ended,
So that,
of course,
it's
asking him for
compounding the pain.
information. What
To have
one, the loss of a child, two, to be thrust into cameras on a daily basis.
At some point I had called.
You know, people got an attitude, if you eat ice cream, how dare you eat ice cream How now? dare
I go to the store?
Yeah.
How dare I smile?
Right. Yeah. And I wanted to jump around for just a moment and talk about how this is impacting you professionally outside of just being a parent. Now everybody is on Yelp giving nurse reviews. I don't even know where this has come from.
It's
All right, I encourage you guys to go to watch that interview there. That's a pretty good interview. We'll finish some more of that interview tomorrow because it's fairly long. I think it's only it's about an hour long, so I don't want to keep you guys and bore you guys with the interview. But I will play this real quick here for you guys. Seems like she's controlling even over her husband. Some people in the chat. I wouldn't say that. She seems like she may, and I don't know what he does, so I can't say. He may be the breadwinner, or she may be the breadwinner in the family, which could give her some control. Who knows? Florida says, I could not imagine losing a child, not knowing what happened, but the truth would always be first and foremost. I wouldn't care what they looked like. Give me the truth. No, I agree. I couldn't agree more. Hey, good morning, Arizona. Raven, by the way. Much love, Kimmy. Thanks so much for stopping by. I appreciate you modding and helping out here. How you doing, Bruce, by the way? All right, so I'm gonna play this for you guys real quick because I found some of the video here. It's not gonna be. So we were talking about how the mom's friend, which is Javon's mom, was demanding. She was not taking anybody's word for anything. She was just going up in there and demanding stuff, and how the father kind of said that he was trying to calm her down. He doesn't specify who, but I already know who he's talking about. So listen to what he says here, and then I'll show you her video, how she kind of gives two versions. One, she shares the version, and then two, she is more detailed in the version. I'll show you.
the same thing when we came to pick up the key. Elmore went up there asking for the key, didn't know where the key was, and all of a sudden we know where the key is.
But see, hold on. But see, this and this is another thing that bothered me too. When we got to the house, it was some of his other friends were there, and they were, beating on the door like, "What Nolan there? What Nolan there?" Beating on the door trying to get in the house. So I walk up to the door and I'm calming them down, because for one, okay, you're loud. Two, you're in these people's house. So if you tear these people's house up, this could be a whole nother issue. I don't want y'all bothering it. And three, I need you guys to calm down, and I need them to kind of trust me as being the adult so I can get something out of them. So I get them out the house, and then Jax finally comes down the stairs, I guess in the room. Hair all messed up like he just woke up, whatever. I said, look, I'm Nolan's father. His car's outside. I need to get his car and all his personal effects that may be left over here. And he goes, oh man, Nolan was like my brother. I said, Nolan was like my brother. I said, well, if Nolan was like your brother, would you please go and get everything of his so I can get his car, I can go home. So he walks off. 2 or 3 minutes later, he come back. I don't see the keys. Okay. So I leave out the house, go back outside, stand by the car. During that time, one of the guys that was in the house, one of the other friends, he was on the phone with a girl who was apparently there with them earlier that day. And she was telling him that his keys was on top of the Xbox in his room. So he goes back up to the door by himself, and we're still out by the car. And lo and behold, here comes the keys. So now to me, you lied to me 3 times. I don't.
Okay, so there's no really logic to me, any proof that they really even lied. And my thing was, what I mentioned was, if someone comes in your house, puts down the keys, not everybody's going to really realize who, where you put your keys. It's probably going to be one person that really sees you put down your keys, if anybody. So the key thing is kind of exceptional to me due to the fact that they don't, they didn't really remember where the keys was at. Mind you, they were trying to, it seemed like they're, getting ready to go party. So they're not thinking about all that stuff really. So whatever, Jack's, friends communicating or brothers communicating with some girl on the phone, he says, and the girl seems to know where the keys is at. So she tells him that the keys are on the Xbox, whatever, long story short. But remember, he says that he had to get somebody out of the house. And he didn't say who this person is. Okay, so here is, and this is the part where they're talking about how they got the keys back. All right, so the mom, the mom is not only present during this time when Javon's mom is talking about how, she went and, got these keys back or whatever. So here's the first time, the first time we heard about how she went and got these keys back. And remember, there's a shoulder bump that she gives Javon when he talks a little too much or says the wrong thing, like, oh God, you shouldn't have said that, So here is the video when she talks about her, how she describes her experience when she went and got the keys back.
Or was it?
That is correct. Christine called me and told me, hey, where are the boys? Nolan hasn't been heard from.
Yo,
hold on. Let's
you
run
were
it back.
on the island on the 4th. You were on a different boat. Do
Hold
you
on.
recall
Stay back, watch friends sleep. He's all
the video and that you
in that video where he said, give me my effing phone back. It sounds like him. So I'm pretty sure that he was right on that. But
Javon, I'm so sorry to think about what you must be going through and thinking about what's happened to Nolan. I mean, you mentioned a phone. Tashima, a huge question so many people have is why he would have left his cell phone behind. And you say you were the person who actually went and retrieved that phone for the family. How'd you get your hands on the phone? Where was it?
That is correct. Christine called me and told me, hey, where are the boys? Nolan hasn't been heard from since such and such time. Where are your boys? I said, well, Javon is with his girlfriend, and I just spoke with Jalen, and they are headed to downtown, which I was literally getting ready to get in the shower to go downtown as well. She said, well, Nolan hasn't been. So I instantly called with Christine on the phone, Javon. Javon said no, he hadn't seen Nolan since early on the island. And he was like, what? Are y'all serious? We was like, yes. And so Christine intervened in the conversation, said, Nolan has not have been heard from since he left the island. So Javon was like, well, that's when I seen it. I haven't seen it since then. Again, everybody go their separate ways. So I then hang up from Javon because obviously there's nothing he can say to tell me anything. So then Jalen, I call him. Jalen did not answer the phone. Christine again is on the phone. Jalen did not answer the phone. LeBaron, I called, he didn't answer the phone. I called LeBaron, which is their other friend, LeBaron Broomfield. He answered. He said, Jalen is in the gas station. Hold on. So he said, hey, Jalen, Mom on the phone. So he's like, Jalen, like, what's up, Mom? What's going on? I was like, hey, have y'all heard from Nolan? They said no. We have not heard from Nolan.
But where was the phone?
So I was like, well, okay. So that's when we started tracking the phone. Well, for Christine, it said one place, but for them on Snapchat, it showed another place. So that's the place we went to. And it showed that everybody that was in the house, it was like a lot of people there. Like it was, I'm not familiar with all the kids. I only know like one or two people there, but it showed that the phone was at what a lot of people were at. So that's how we knew where to go to. We went there. They were all there. They were sitting there, lights off, watching TV.
Did they immediately give you the phone? Because knowing that phone was there.
It took about 15. They did. They gave me the phone, but it took about 15 minutes to get the phone. Because I even asked, I'm like, did y'all have to walk back to Horn Island to get the phone? Or like, where's the phone? because it took so long when they said it was when Wyatt told me it was in his truck. It took him so long to get the phone back to me.
Christine,
So when they brought the phone back,
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Tashima. I want to hear that.
when they brought the phone, after I said something about it, he was like, "Well, she's going to get it." I was like, "Who's going to get it?" He's like, "The girl's going to get the phone."
You were on the island.
Okay. So notice, okay, you're going to notice in this next video that she left a whole lot of information out about the phone situation and how it went down. Okay, so now I'm going to show you her video that she was caught up on stating the story about the phone situation to someone else, but this is on TikTok. She's not on the media, so obviously it's going to be probably more scripted. Now, you could tell that, you know, she's got a really, you know, little attitude issue for sure. I'm not going to lie. I mean, I've said this before. And you could just tell, I mean, even the way she's giving the lady looks like, look, I'm getting there. Like, can you please wait? Like, and then she like gives her a look like, I can't believe you interrupted me again. Like, and I get it, you know, you're trying to tell the story, but somebody keeps, you know, intervening or objecting respectfully because they have questions. And this is, I couldn't find the actual video, so I had to go to mine. So listen to this.
I ass up in here chilling, and
This is how listen to how she describes the story this time. And listen to how much more detail is in this story when she describes her experience getting the phone back this time. Just that turn was so weird. You could just tell you're comfortable, you know.
Like see up on.
I just never, which that boat had never.
To me, very.
This is, and they sent me to his house, which that boat had never even been in the water. Wyatt did. I never even really talked to Warren. The whole time I was in the house, I spoke with Wyatt. Wyatt is the one who had the phone that supposedly was in his truck or whoever. But Wyatt is who I talked to. I never talked to Warren. I'm not sure why Warren is doing that. But I turned the camera around directly on Wyatt and told my sister. Outside somewhere. They said it was in the truck. I'm not sure where it was at. It took them at least 15 minutes to bring me the phone. By this time, the boys will start, because Wyatt started getting jazzy at the mouth. So my son, Jalen, was like, "Hey, you better watch your tone. Like, don't get smart, my mama."
So you notice how that part was never added into the thing, okay? So when she talks about Wyatt and how Wyatt gets mouthy and okay.
Where they said it was in the truck. I'm not sure where it was at. It took them at least 15 minutes to bring me the phone. By this time, the boys will start, because Wyatt started getting jazzy at the mouth. So my son, Jalen, was like, "Hey, you better watch your tone. Like, don't get smart, my mama."
Right.
Because we trying to see what Nolan, because we trying to figure out why y'all see y'all ass up in here chilling and Nolan missing.
I'm gonna tell y'all. I'm gonna tell y'all right now. Hold on, wait a minute. Here, let's get sip. His mom caught.
That boat had never even been in the water. Wyatt did. To his house, which that boat had never even been in the water.
Well, run that back.
And they sent me to his house, which that boat had never even been in the water. Wyatt did.
That's her. That's Savon's mom.
In the water. The whole time I was in the house, I spoke with Wyatt. Wyatt is the one who had the phone that supposedly was in his truck.
She did not say this at all. All right, just run it. Just run it.
Or whoever. But Wyatt is who I talked to. I never talked to Warren. I'm not sure why Warren is doing that. But I turned the camera around directly on Wyatt and told my sister.
So she doesn't say this either. The fact that she's recording the whole time, which doesn't matter. She didn't say this though.
Somewhere. They said it was in the truck. I'm not sure where it was at. It took them at least 15 minutes to bring me the phone. By this time, the boys will start, because Wyatt started getting jazzy at the mouth. So my son, Jalen, was like, "Hey, you better watch your tone. Like, don't get smart, my mama."
Right.
Because we trying to see what Nolan, because we trying to figure out why y'all see y'all ass up in here chilling and Nolan missing. So that's when I asked again, "Where's the phone?" She's gone. That's when he told me she was going to get it. I said, "Oh, she must have to go back to Horn Island truck outside." Now, mind you, we had to pass all the cars to walk in the house. It's just it's a bunch of lies.
She explains it completely different, as if she already has an attitude. She's already under the impression that they're lying. That's not how she explained this.
Why y'all see y'all ass up in here chilling and Nolan missing. So That's when I asked again, where's the phone? She's gone. That's when he told me she was gonna get it. I said, oh, she must have to go back to Horn Island truck outside. Now, mind you, we had to pass all the cars to walk in the house. It's just it's a bunch of lies. I don't feel the need to, like I said, when they go to mentioning Javon, I'm gonna say and stand up behind mine every single time. As far as me and that nudge and shit, I don't feel the need to explain anything to you.
Nah, that's the same lady, y'all. I will do this. Voice we because did about the interview. To look at the file. Right, about many people match up of her sister. Like this is her. Hold on. I think that was all of it for the most part. That is crazy. I think that's all of it for the most part, but you know, she never explains the fact that Wyatt started getting jazzy and her and her son, you know, he and the son pretty much almost got into it because, you know, he got a little mouthy with his mom because Jalen appears to me to be the brother of Javon, who was able to get a hold of them. And people were arguing with me in the chat during this time if this was actually her because of the makeup and, you know, her face looking different in some of these photos. That's her. It's the same lady. They were trying to argue with me. Oh, she got a mole. That, you know, see if she has a mole. She has a mole. It's the same lady, same voice, same everything. It's nobody different. It's the same lady. But it's just interesting to me, you know, because she's, you know, a lot of people, and that's what I'm saying, is what's going on in this story here is not only things are being left out, but all these stories are conflicting with other people's stories. You know, certain things are not being mentioned. But one thing I could say is when the boys mentioned this story with the phone, they were a lot more honest, and they've mentioned things that hasn't been mentioned. So, you know, it tells me that some things that I've, you know, been able to follow up on like this, have checked out to be true. So they're not completely lying about everything. They really can't lie about everything. So, you know, they are, you know, telling the truth with certain things, you know, and this proves it because they're the ones who mentioned also, just like she did, that, which they never mentioned that part though, but they mentioned the fact that they had to call somebody or call the police, to get her escorted off the property. And I'm pretty sure she was the one, cause she was the only one who was getting a little crazy. Otherwise it would have had to have been her son. So, which tells me that, you know, the father of Nolan Wells was not able to calm her down. It never worked, because if he was able to calm her down, because he states he gets them out of the house. So if he did get her out of the house, it was only for a short period, because apparently after he was maybe done talking to them, they still had to call the police to get somebody escorted off of their property. So yeah, I don't know what he's leaving out that he's not really saying, but he left a whole lot out that we just don't know about, you know, based on what went down when they went to get the phone and the keys back. And I get it, because, you know, he doesn't want the world to view them as, you know, some crazy people or whatever like that. You know, I get it. You know, the world's going to criticize the hell out of you guys regardless, but there are a lot of things being left out, guys. So, you know, and it's for the, you know, some of the things that are left out are for the sake of this investigation. I get it. But still, you know, not everybody's, you know, no one's being completely honest about everything, nor are they saying everything. Especially due to the fact that certain things are already mentioned. Those are the type of things that they should probably just go ahead and say, because they're already put out there, and it's not hard to put certain things together. Just wonder who was the first person to realize that Nolan was missing. God, I'm trying to remember who it was. I think Warren was one of the few who reached out to the mom, stating that he wasn't coming back, or he hasn't came back yet. I can't remember if it was Warren or not. But most importantly, you know, getting to the bottom of this and figuring out what happened to Nolan is the most important thing in this situation, period. whether the outcome is a drowning or whether the outcome is homicide and somebody's responsible for this, that's what's important. Nana says, I heard this version. Yeah. This is where I got they weren't looking for Nolan. I think that they were, but they were just very upset because they felt like, they were being lied to. So, and I get it. Justice, if you don't feel comfortable with someone, you're not going to tell it all. I agree. Sam says, how did anyone know Nolan was missing if he didn't have a phone? Because he hadn't returned yet. And it was getting late. So, you're going to start getting concerned. People don't hang out on that. It seems like people don't hang on that island very late. Yeah, she said that she never spoke to Warren when she was talking about, whatever went down. She was mentioning that she spoke to Jax and Wyatt. That happened at Jack's house, not Warren's house. Elmore said it in his interview that some of Nolan's friends were already at Jack's house acting like fools. Elmore was trying to calm them down. No. He was trying to calm her down. It sounded like she was the one who bursted in the house. Or, I'm sorry, it sounded like either she was the one who bursted in the house or some of Nolan's friends. Yeah, so yeah, you're right. Some of Nolan's friends, they were already there with bad intentions. Instead of him, he pretty much said that. They were already there to, go off for the most part, which is not how you approach the situation if you want to get the truth out of somebody or want somebody to trust you, as Elmore was saying. So yeah, you're right. But anyway, guys, the phone was not on the island. It was with the boys. Correct. For sure. Sam, was that you? I don't know why. I had a Sam that emailed me the other day. Was that you who emailed me or was that somebody else? I could not tell who it was emailing me. Maybe it was a different Sam. I think somebody by the name Sam must have emailed me the other day. But it said someone else's name, I think. Anyway. BB, never mind, that wasn't for me. I swear there is a clip of her outside the house yelling and screaming in the very beginning of this. Yeah, I know for a fact she went over there. Well, I guess not for a fact, but I know she went over there with bad intentions, and that wasn't cool. It wasn't you? Okay. I was just trying to make sure because I was asking them, like, who is this? And they didn't respond. They emailed me several times, but they didn't say, they didn't really say, they didn't respond telling me, confirming who they were at all. But anyway, let me pull something up here. Let it out, Sam? Yeah, let it out. Let it out. Sorry, guys. I had to get a little bite of some good old pecan pie. Can't go wrong with that pecan. They can't tell us everything because they have a suspect and broadcast it. It would impede their investigation, but geez, we need more sheriffs. Yeah, but she knew she went a little too much on that video. That's why she's not been putting anything else out. I think some people started to catch themselves and realize, whoa, this is like bigger than what I think it is. Let me just hold back and not say anything. And I'm pretty sure Christine had to talk to her to get her to like calm down and let her handle the situation and to kind of stay quiet. And that's why you'll notice in that video when Javon said something, you know, she hit him on the arm. It all makes sense, guys. And then, you know, remember, TMZ took the video down. That video is down too. The one we see where, you know, Christine is sitting down with having the interview, along with Javon and his mom. And then, you know, the one prior to that when Javon had the interview by himself. So, I mean, it all makes sense to why, you know, they're taking these videos down, because I don't know. I can't even say because why, but still, I mean, they're taking these videos down for a reason. And the different time they picked up the keys, and the different times they picked up the keys and phone, and the keys and phone not being together, I don't get the times. I've never really understood that part either. I really don't. I don't even know why they did not get everything at once. Like I truly don't necessarily understand that at all. Bruce, I'll give you a call back right now in just a second here. Let me see if I can look this up. Because I really never, and that's a good question, because I think you've asked me that a couple times. I really haven't really, that's a really good question, because I really don't know that situation part with the separation between the two timelines. So I guess the difference is the keys and the phone were not picked up at the same time. The gap matters because it affects who had Nolan's belongings when they had them, and whether their stories line up with the timeline of Nolan disappearing. Even a 15 to 30-minute difference can completely change the interpretation of events. It says why the timeline matters. It doesn't really say. The phone and keys represent Nolan's last known control of his environment. I'm trying to see. Yeah, maybe somebody in chat knows. I really don't know. I've never been able to really figure out the difference, or why they went back, or why they didn't retrieve everything at once. Let me just see if this pops up real quick. So Christine received Nolan's phone the night of July 4th after his friends returned from Horn Island without him. And then, yeah, it doesn't really specify much. Because they tracked Nolan's phone, and then Christine went to pick it up from his friend's house. Well, she sent her friend, noticing that the messages and, you know, the Snapchat, you know, history appeared to be deleted. And also stated that his friends had custody of the phone, and the afternoon he went missing, Christine got the device that night. And then when Nolan's mom got the keys were also in the friend's possession the afternoon Nolan went missing. So they went to get the phone in the afternoon, or the keys that afternoon, but then they went back later during the nighttime, it seems like, to get the phone. So at night they went and got the phone. So they went back hours later, and then got the keys. I'm sorry, the phone. So now we know. And this it also explains why, to me, yeah, because they were returned to the family the same night in the same window as the phone. It says, but that's what interfered with one of the reports stating the friends had both the phone and the keys that afternoon, and Christine retrieved the phone that night. Because the keys and the phone were handled together by the same group of friends, and because the reporting only specified a separate timeline for the phone and best supported conclusion, it says Christine received Nolan's keys on the night of the 4th of July in the same general time frame she received the phone. So if it's not now, it's kind of like conflicting in a way. So it says, so the phone was picked up by Nolan's mom, July 4th, returned the same night. They returned the same night based on all available reportings. It says friends had both items early that afternoon before Nolan was reported missing. We know that. So it sounds like they went back 2 separate times. So it sounds like they went and got the keys in the afternoon, and then they went and got the phone later that night. Very interesting. And the father was already, and this is what it explains to me. This is why the father was already under the impression that they were lying, that Nola wasn't on the island. Because listen, they went to the island, and I think that's when they went and got the phone, because I think that's why they went to the house, because after they had got the let me go back here, hold on. When they had went out to the island and they were searching for Nolan, remember he says that the my God, what's the name? Law enforcement. I forgot what their name is for the ocean. They got there after they had been already searching for a couple hours, and then his dad all of a sudden was under the impression like, nah, he's not here. Like he didn't say it, but he pretty much did. He was pretty much saying like, nah, he's not here. Like I think something happened to him. So immediately when they left there, they went over to the house. Like from the island, it sounds like they went straight to the house, because they thought that, it's kind of like they started to like rally all these people and misinforming them, because they all went over there like, nah, I think that they did something to him. Like they somehow implemented that because they made a lot of people wild up and go to the house. There's no other reason why all these people are going to be wild up and go over to the house and, assume that something happened that they're not sure of. And that's what's kind of crazy. Like, that's how that they were already thinking like, look, these guys did something to my son, and they could be right for all we know. But from what the boys explained, and I'm not taking their word for it until we know, but it sounded like it was true, because everything else that they said, I've been able to figure out if it's true, that there were like 15 people there to get Nolan's belongings back, which is crazy to me. Why would you need that many people to go get his belongings back? And that makes people feel uneasy, due to the fact that, you got people there like mean mugging you in your face probably, or looking at you odd because they think that you're suspected of murder or doing something, or some type of responsibility due to what happened to Nolan. So right off the rip, you could tell they did not believe, for the most part, that it was a drowning. They spent like 2 hours searching. And it's funny because in the report, it says that they had to end the search early because the weather got bad. Not the weather, but the area, the currents got bad. But in reality, I think that they were talking about the law enforcement had to end the search early, not the family. But then the dad said that they were offered to take them back out there because originally they got out there from a good friend of Nolan's dad's. And he said that the boat was like, I guess it was already ready to go. He had a boat, they took him out there, and then he also offered him a ride back out there again. He said, we can gas it up and go back out there, pretty much let me know. But they were still like thinking, no, like something happened to Nolan because, well, something that the friends did to Nolan must have happened because he turned down the ride to go back out to Horn Island to continue to search. So they already off the rip thought that something happened to Nolan, like before he was even lied to, before he felt like he was lied to, at least on the second time that he was lied to about the keys. Because he mentions, well, yeah, now you done lied to me 2 times. Or now you done lied to me 3 times. So I think he was under the impression pretty much off the rip that they were lying. Olivia says, huh? You want me to re-explain that again? Is it true she hasn't turned over his phone, or is that just talk? From what I heard, they have not given up the phone yet because they didn't come to an agreement on a day. Remember, the DA had came out and said, you pick a time, you pick a place, and we'll make it happen. They're waiting for them to come forward and say, look, we'll have our investigators there, or whoever's going to be looking over the phone and watching over the person who's looking over the phone that Christine has hired.
Believe nothing.
Their person that they have who's going to be investigating the phone is going to be present during the time that they actually look over the phone, because she doesn't trust the injustice system. So she's going to have somebody literally right there present when the FBI agents or whoever's doing the digital evidence part of it to retrieve any data from that phone. They want their investigator present. And I was trying to find the footage for you real quick, but I don't see it. So I think I'm lagging. My computer's like about to break right now. I think it did. I think OBS is going to crash. Oh. I'm going to close this program because I think it's crashing. Hold on, I lost chat because I had to close out my program. My apology, guys. I'm going to close this program because I think it's crashing. Coco says, that's ridiculous. I'm sorry, that's insane. Yeah. She said that. That's what they said. I didn't say the DA set up any time. What do you mean I'm giving misinformation? You like to make the mom look bad? No, I haven't. The mom's been cooperative with pretty much everything, but okay, I'll pull up the video for you. You want me to pull up the video? You can't make this up. The lady that is, watch, I'll pull up the video for you. Hold on. Let me find the video. You can't make this stuff up. It's literally legit information. I gotta find the press conference that they did because they've done like 20,000 of them. Oh, so she's like a little Oriental looking lady. I gotta find. Okay, here it is. Here it is. Let me see what chat's saying real quick, just to make sure I'm talking about the same thing you're talking about. You just said the mom hasn't set up a day and time. It's not on the mom. It's on the DA, and it's been on the DA since the agreement back on July 15th. I guess. I mean, I don't know what you're saying. Whether it's on the mom or on the DA, she still has to turn in the phone. That's the point. I'm not trying to make the mom look. That's not making the mom look bad. I've said a lot of good things about the mom, and that one thing specifically, I've agreed with. I don't know if this is your first time on the channel, but one of the things that I said that I agree with when it comes to this particular situation right here is the fact that if she doesn't trust the injustice system, that I'm all with her on that end, because by the way, I think it's the smartest way to go about it. Not only that, Olivia said multiple times that she can't make them do what they want. They're going to do what they want to do, or do whatever she wants to do, because she's pushing, or Sharp, or I'm sorry, not Sharp, Benjamin Crump is pushing for all this stuff to get done on her behalf. So that way, she's able to, get all of this stuff done amongst herself, because she's hired her own team to do all of this work. That's why you have the independent autopsy and all this stuff, because she's doing her own investigation, to make sure that everything that they get pretty much lines up with what she gets, to make sure that she's not, being treated unfairly in this situation, which I highly agree with. And it's a smart way to go about it. I've never seen anybody do this in my life. But I like the way she's handling this situation. And I think it was a plan that they came up with for her, to make sure that everything is getting handled, that, in her best interest is what I'm saying. So that's why I'm referring to the mom, because the mom is the one who doesn't trust the injustice system. And I'm sure Crump doesn't either. I mean, he is a black lawyer, and he's only represents African Americans, and a lot of things do happen based on the cases that he supported, because of race. So, but anyway, you want me to play this video? Let's play this video real quick. Either way, DA, whoever you're talking about, it don't matter. They're the ones who they came out and they said that they're waiting for them to make the decision on the date and time, is what I was saying. I'm gonna play it.
What they've asked for is specific.
It's not the actual video. Godly. Does anybody know the name of that video? And I'll show you let me show you all the video, or the lady. This is the lady that comes out and speaks, and she's talking about the phone examining thing. I can't remember the actual name of this video right here, where she talks about the phone, and she just says that they're pretty much waiting for them to pick a time and date, so they can get together and look over the phone. I had this video just sitting in my thing, but I had to take it down because my internet crashed, and so did my my web browser. So,
and frankly,
I had to literally take it down. I don't remember the name of this little conference that they held. You said you want me to explain this all over again? Yeah, I don't mind. Sometimes I don't explain it correctly or properly as people want me to explain it. or some people just don't understand what I'm saying. And I'm referring to the mom a lot because the mom is the one who is pushing for the situation to be handled in the best possible way that she can to make sure that they're not getting over on her. And I think it's a really good, a really good way to go about her situation. I don't think anybody would have thought of this way, to be honest. It's so smart to me. I love the way she's going about it. It's going to be costly. And, at first I'm like, why are they raising all this money for, now I understand, for the GoFundMe part. Like, they're not going to need all this money. Oh, they're going to need some money for sure. Because they're hiring all these people to do investigating on their behalf. So none of that is free. Hey, good morning, Venus. Good to see you. I guess that person left. Try looking on. No, because I've looked up so much. It's gonna be hard to find that on my history. I wanted to play it for the person because they were saying that, but I think that they know exactly what I was saying. They were just saying that I mentioned the mom instead of mentioning the DA. So I don't really need to even play it anyway. She knows what I'm talking about.
I think a lot of people have forgotten.
Because she knows that she came out and they mentioned that.
But out of
I don't know why. Maybe she does say it in this.
and investigators has malady.
This is the Jackson County DA's office, as well as our forensic team, and possibly the FBI. We're going to together download and examine the phone. So it's done one time with everybody together, right? This is very common in the law. I mean, what you all may be more used to is when there's a terrible car accident, and then there's an examination of that car, and everybody comes together one time. They don't move that car around, and everybody does their own thing. This is what is supposed to happen. We are waiting for the DA to determine the time, the place, the date. Let us know, and we are going to be there with our forensics team and anybody else, but it's done one time, one examination. We're ready for it to happen.
There you go. There you go. I'm sorry I mentioned the mom instead of the DA, but I'm not talking about the DA. I'm talking about the party that the mom has hired, who made the statement to investigate the phone. So I wasn't talking about who they're waiting for. I was talking about the mom, what they stated on their behalf as far as the phone part on why they haven't given up the phone. Because of that reason, because they're waiting for the DA to decide a time and date. But anyway, I'm sorry I left that out, and it was a little bit confusing, I guess. But that's why they haven't given up the phone, because they want their people to be able to stand over the DA while they're conducting this investigation to dig up information from the phone. She does not trust the DA because the DA, she thinks, may delete things because they obviously think that they are a part of a cover-up. So she thinks that they are already covering this up, as people keep coming out online through a lot of different YouTube channels and saying that. And there's been a lot of rumors and speculation with the judge. People have been saying that the judge may have paid somebody $100,000, just to try to cover this thing up. Is it true? I don't think so, but maybe. You never know. You never know. Rachel says, sounds like the DA shouldn't get the phone anyway. Yeah, maybe so. Time, place, and manner. Yeah, indeed. Just I thought they could just access the cloud where everything is stored. Do they definitely need the phone? They most certainly need the phone. Yeah, they've already addressed that. I thought about that too, but no, having the phone physically is a big difference between them just pulling the cloud from that phone specifically. Yeah, they need the phone physically. Unfortunately. But yeah, so I don't know where they're at or where they stand with the phone. As far as I know, the process still hasn't went down. I'm not too sure. Who's being mean? Olivia's being mean? It's all right. She's always mean. I'm joking. Olivia says because it's not how it's supposed to happen. Nah, but when you don't trust the DA, what can you do? When you don't trust law enforcement, the injustice system in general, what are you left to do? I mean, it is what it is. I don't blame her. She's doing everything in her power as a mother to get to the bottom of what truly happened to Nolan, so she can be at peace. And I appreciate and admire what she's doing. Everything. And it is what it is. To each their own. And I have to respect it in that way. Personally, I would trust the process. But Christine is not me, and I'm not Christine. So I have to respect how Christine is going about it based on how her situation is gone. Now, if I was in her situation and this all went down the way it has gone down, based on the world's view and how they've been kind of twisting things up too at the same time, which I don't think has helped, I would probably go about it this way too. I probably would. No, not probably, I would. So I can't be mad at how she's handling the situation. I just respect it. I do know that according to the lawyer, the boys haven't taken a lie detector test, though. That's what the lawyer came out and said to Nancy Grace. I don't know why they haven't, which is a little weird and probably going to raise a lot of controversy, as it probably has already for the most part. It actually has. Anyway, guys, I appreciate everybody chiming in. I know you wanted me to give my theory. I will do that. Another side. Yeah, Mama does know. I ain't going to lie about that, Sandwich. You never know. I mean, a lot of times moms do know. Oh, I'll call you back, Bruce. Sorry about that. I know Bruce had called. I'll call you back real quick. I was just ranting away. And let me call Bruce back.
Hello,
Bruce. What's up, brother? Did I miss your call, man? Sorry.
I just wanted to call, man. I just sent you $5 super chat, but I just called, man, to
I didn't see
tell
that.
you, man, what a great job you're doing, man. And I don't know what happened while you went to the hospital, but try to get a little bit, maybe a little bit more sleep. Not telling you what to do, brother.
Nah, I do though. You're right.
We all appreciate what you do. This is probably going to be the last time. I'm going to drop a text to you before, after we're done with this call. I'm going to give you my email because I'm going to be over on the other side of the world. So,
okay.
I just wanted to say thank you for what you do. Thank you for being a truthful, honest dude. You're genuine and good father, which we all know. But yeah, thanks, man. I
Hey, man,
appreciate
thank
you, brother.
Likewise, Bruce. I appreciate you as well, man.
Thank you
You're
so much,
awesome,
man.
bro.
Take care.
You too. God bless you, Bruce. I appreciate you, man, and thank you for all your calls. I appreciate that too. And even if you're on the other side, I think we will be using StreamYards pretty soon here and there. I'm not going to always use StreamYards because I like OBS better. Thanks for the super chat. Bruce says, hi, Juice, salute, brother. Can call real quick. He did. We're good. We're locked in. I appreciate that, Bruce. Much love to you, man. It goes a long way. It means a lot. Shouts to Bruce, man. God bless you guys all for chiming in tonight. I appreciate all the love and support. I'm probably not going to get much sleep today, but I mean, I should. I did go to the hospital the other day because I wasn't really feeling good, so I had to leave work early. I got like blurry vision and got a migraine and all that good stuff. And anyways, at the end of the day, I'm good now. I'm fine, but I do need to get more rest and take care of myself a lot better health-wise. I'm constantly eating a lot of junk and drinking a lot of soda. And I got to really stop doing that, to be honest, since it's not going to do nothing but hurt me later on. It already is, so I got to slow it down. Guys, have a wonderful, wonderful morning. We've been on 5 hours. It's time to get off here. I appreciate all the love and support. I will see y'all in the next one, guys. Much love. It's your boy, the Juice. I'll see y'all next time, guys. Have a great morning and Sunday. Peace. Porch lights on the same old block, same old story, same old talk. If your skin says you don't belong, they can make a wrong look strong. But the fences don't define us, and the fear they feel will blind us. Every face they try to hide still stands right here tonight. Keep us out. Keep us out. We know what that is about. Keep us out. Keep us out. We won't bow down. Keep us out. Keep us out. Keep us out. Your fear won't right the route. Keep us out. Keep us out. We won't bow down. Names get tossed like stones from a driveway built on loans. They pointed brown hands first, then pretend they don't rehearse. But the steps on every street keep us out. Carry more than whitewashed dreams. We belong where we stand. No permission in our hands. Yeah, and the silence won't protect you when the pattern keeps on showing. Every wall they build in pride makes the truth come back alive. Keep us out, keep us out. Keep us out. We know what that is about. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down, 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 down. Keep us out, keep us out. Keep us out. Your fear won't right the route. Keep us out, keep us out. Try to grow one by one, the voices rise.